Akwa, the University of Mines and Technology, said they've come up with a water clearing technology that will work, or that will clear the Pra and the Ankobra and the other polluted water. What is the ministry doing about this good news that we are hearing from the UMAT? Thank you.
UMAT says they have some technology that can clean the water bodies. Will you be willing to consider it? GNA, final word.
Yes. Honorable, my question on the excavators being destroyed, I wanted to find out whether, wouldn't it be useful for them to use it for reclamation of the lands rather than destroying? I want the minister to
policy.
clarify.
I think it's been very clear. The policy decision is no. If your machine is found there, it will be destroyed.
Okay,
that's a policy decision.
Substantive question. Yes. On Minister of Lands on April 22 issued a statement that those who are holding recognizance and prospecting license, with or without legal authorization, should stop the prospecting on forest reserves. Now, he said on May 7th, they are going to publish the names of companies that are holding such licenses. I want clarification whether after publication, these companies will be allowed to go and continue their work.
Okay, so to reconcile those positions, I'll give you a very, very final word.
It's actually supposed to be a follow-up.
To
initial question, no, actually a question that I asked on the approach and as to why it appeared the first attempt to clamp down on the illegal mining government failed. So what's the new approach? I didn't get that response.
Well, I think if you look at I don't seek to answer for them, but if you look at the two approaches, they are very different. The first approach, you had soldiers and security persons embedded in the forest reserves and in these communities, and you yourselves are reporting that there were reports of some of them, getting in conniving activities and getting corrupted. You have heard a new approach that clearly says that this is a 3-day operation to clean it. Nobody's going to stay there. Everybody's withdrawing after these 3 days. There are going to be regular patrols of armed soldiers, and if you or your equipment are found there, you would have yourself to blame. I think the two approaches are very different, and in between the two, you find the lessons that have been learnt, and the new approach is hoped or expected to deliver results. And also, I think as has been mentioned, the regional security councils and the district security councils have now been put in charge of ensuring that those who have been cleared don't return. And if they require any logistical support, they can always escalate to get some logistical support so to do. So this is a very different approach from the first one. I think the lessons are clear. Yes, Minister, so I'll let you come up.
I think that we should applaud the president for the courage to continue this fight, especially with what happened during the elections. You should applaud him to still have the nerve and the courage to say, no, I'm resolved that I must leave a very good environment for my people. I want to leave clean water bodies for my people. I want to allow aquatic life to return, and I want to allow lands that are good enough to take our cocoa and take our crops. You don't want your lands to be destroyed by mercury. You don't want your lands, your fertilizer, your tomatoes. You don't want your cocoa. You don't want to be banned by outsiders. So we should applaud the president. And if the president had not taken the decision in 2017 to do what he did, I don't think we would have been having the Ghana we have today. So the lessons have been learned, and that is why this new approach is being taken. It's a 3-day surgical operation. The military says we'll do surgical operations, and after that we'll do follow-ups. So there are two different approaches. It's a surgical operation, and after that they'll do follow-ups. And the follow-ups are not static teams that will be staying with anybody for you to even to have access to them. You cannot have access to them now. Nobody, no Ghanaian, no foreigner can have access to talk to anybody. They are operating and they are moving in groups, and they are moving. And those who are going to do the follow-ups, you will not even have access to talk to them to be able to influence anybody. So that's all I want to tell you. But for the officials, the issue of officials concerned with illegality, like I've said, that is exactly the point. I can assure you that those allegations, which we always said, that for us, if we get any security agency, if we get if we get any security personnel, or even a minister, or anybody that we know and have evidence, the president will prosecute that person. I'm very clear in my mind about that one. Even me as defense minister, if the president has evidence that I am engaged in illegal mining, I'm colluding with illegal miners, or I am encouraging them, even by what I do, the president will not hesitate to remove me and prosecute me. Because our own lives, our entire life as a nation depends on what we are doing now. If you see River Pra, if anybody were to see River Pra today, so we for Ghana. Because a few individuals want to make money. If you see River Pra, where fish cannot more survive, where aquatic life cannot survive in that river, you will for this nation. So I'm clear in my mind that what we are doing, we need the support of everybody. And that's why I think that people who are taking fake videos and trying to incite the public against the soldiers for what they are doing should stop. It doesn't help anybody. There was a consultative meeting. We all came to an agreement that, look, as Ghanaians, we should fight this fight together. We don't want one political party to stand here and say we are against, we are for. We don't want that any longer. Let us all move as a nation and get to where we are getting. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Minister for Lands, if you can wrap up on the question of accrued rights, would you be willing to consider the proposed solution that UMAT has? And then can we reconcile the April 22nd and May 7th comments?
Reconcile what?
Reconcile the comments of April 22nd and May 7th about who can be in the forest and who cannot be.
Okay. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. The questions are very useful. I'm very grateful for them because clarity is important. And I'll try to recast the instructions again. The directive to stop or suspend prospecting, recognizance, and or exploration takes effect today. It takes effect today. The directive, I signed it on 21st of April and said 7 days after publication, all companies, individuals, entities should stop. Now, the directives were published on 23rd. So if you do the counting, the directive takes effect today. So in other words, as from today, you cannot prospect in forest reserve. You cannot explore in forest reserve. You cannot engage in recognizance in forest reserve. The additional measure which I just announced here is really in accordance with the dictates of transparency, which is that the Minerals Commission and the Forestry Commission, who are the repository of the records of mineral activities in the forest reserve, are to publish the list of companies who hold prospecting or recognizance licenses and or who have the application pending. So it's just for transparency purposes. It's not as though the instruction will take effect on 7th May. They need some time to piece it together, which is why I gave them up to 7th May. So that on 7th May, they will publish it to the whole country. So a journalist can follow through and say, Mr. Minister, the company A, which has a prospecting, is still prospecting in this forest reserve. So we can enforce the rules properly. But the question about when the directives take effect, they take effect today. Accrued rights. And there too I have to explain. Generally, you don't enact laws, you don't give directives to take retroactive effect. That is quite unconscionable. Secondly, though there are companies who acquired their... The law doesn't debar mining in forest reserves. Let's understand that. Our laws in Ghana permit mining in particular circumstances for mining to take place in forest reserves, which is why you require the forest entry permit. The environmental protocols are more stringent. You post a bond, an environmental bond, and so on and so forth. There are companies who have had mining licenses, forest entry permits to mine in forest reserves as far back as 1930. Ghana Bauxite Company Limited
He's been mining in forest reserve as far back as 1930. So, I mean, that kind of company, you can't say because you've given an instruction for prospecting to cease, they are going to stop that company. And in any event, the instruction relating to the forest entry permit is prospective. Let me put it that way. It's into the future. So they can't give any more. Those they have given will hold, naturally. Those are accrued rights. They've acquired the rights already. They've gone through the motions. And the other companies, I don't want to mention the names of those companies. So that is the clarification I want to bring to bear. In all of this also, we recognize that as a mining country with expected investment, genuine investment for prospecting and exploration, so there are those who will genuinely be interested in engaging in prospecting, which will have no adverse impact on the environment. We have given a window that in those exceptional circumstances, the Minister for Lands, in writing, can give them an exemption. But I emphasize the word writing, so that the exercise of my discretion can also be scrutinized. And to say, Minister, the discretion or the exemption you've given is unreasonable, is going to affect the environment, and so on and so forth. The Ghana Integrated Aluminium Development Corporation, which is a major undertaking by the government and people of Ghana, they are engaged in prospecting in the Tiwa Forest and other places, which are not prospecting, which affects the environment. So in a case like that, we'll have to look at it. So these are the issues, and I thought it's important that we clarify them. UMAT. I visited UMAT 2 days ago. I met the Vice Chancellor. He put this matter before me. I'm very interested in it. I've designated one of my deputy ministers to engage them in detail, and let's find out what can be done. I am more interested, first of all, for us to establish the science, because there's been a school of thought which says that even when you clear the miners off the river, it takes you literally a long period of time before the river can correct itself. You know, some people are saying it will take you 10 years before you can find fish in the river bodies and so on and so forth. I'm not a scientist, so I'm yet to be educated on that. Secondly, there is also the school of thought which says you can deploy organic solution, which is that you don't use chemicals, but they have organic solutions which will help the river bodies to correct itself faster. That kind of conversation will have to be had between my ministry, the Ministry of Sanitation and Water Resources, the Ministry of Environment. But early days yet, the professor is indicated they have a solution. We'll be very happy to evaluate that. But for my purposes, I think we should clear the illegal small-scale miners off our environment first, and then we can begin to think of how to reclaim our water bodies. Minister, is that it?
That is it, sir. Thank you very much. Vice Admiral Seth Amuama, Chief of Defense Staff, Brigadier General A.Y. Nsia, Acting Chief of Defense Intelligence, Brigadier General Abdullahi, Director General Joint Operations, Lieutenant Colonel Nana Dakwa, Deputy Director Army Operations, Wing Commander David Nkansa, Director Air Operations, the Honorable Kofi Amankwa Menu, Deputy Minister Designate for Defense, the Honorable Benito Usubiu, Deputy Minister Designate for Lands and Natural Resources, the Honorable Samuel Abu Jinapo, Minister, Lands and Natural Resources, the Honorable Ambrose Derry, Minister for the Interior, the Honorable Dominic Nitiwu, Minister for Defense. Our colleagues from the media, we want to thank you that you've made time this Friday morning. Please help us get the word across to all stakeholders. The President's resolve is clear. His ministers and the security chiefs have acted upon it, and any person who returns to these water bodies will have themselves to blame. Thank you. Wish you all the best.
and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you are denying funny face.
It's not my brother.
Today you are denying funny face.
I don't know him.
You don't know funny face.
It's not my brother.
You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
President Akufo-Addo, Sports Minister Mustafa Yusuf, and GFA President Kurt Okreko are taking some heat after the announcement of the $25 million budget for the Black Stars AFCON campaign and the FIFA World Cup qualification for Qatar 2022. A lot of people have been speaking on this subject, but today on the show here on GhanaWeb Friday's debate, we ask you, is money the only way for the Black Stars to break the 40 years AFCON trophy jinx? Let me hear from you in the comment section as we discuss this topic to the core. Is the government going the right way by always investing money in the Black Stars with the hope of winning a trophy for Ghana? Share your take with us with me here on the GhanaWeb Friday's debate. My name is Joel Leshend, and we'll go for a quick break. When we return, we start the analysis with my guest. Welcome back from the break. You're still watching the Friday's debate here on GhanaWeb TV. Today we're talking about the $25 million budget for the Black Stars AFCON and FIFA World Cup campaign. A lot of people have been speaking, and according to Nana Faith, the football administrator, he's telling the government that if you have $25 million, invest it in the Ghana Premier League. Then I will move to my guests who are joining me via Google Meet. I have James Ohiniba Makion, Kwame Benaya, and Razak Musbah, who will be joining me to discuss this issue. Good afternoon, gentlemen, and thanks for joining me here on GhanaWeb TV.
Yeah, good afternoon.
So let me start with you, James. After listening to the president and the sports minister concerning this budget, what was your first reaction after you heard it?
Thank you very much, Joe, for having me on this platform. Talking about reaction, I was a bit surprised.
Hello, James. Okay, let me come to.
Yes, I was a bit surprised about the money that the president of to go and read.
Okay, so let me come to you, Benaya. What was your first reaction after hearing this huge amount for the Black Stars campaign?
The first that came to mind was, here we go again with the Black Stars being all about money. This isn't the first time, and this won't be the last time. Anytime we approach new economy, it's all about money. Investing and pumping so much money to the Black Stars, and at the end of it, or we don't really know the detail of this whole issue of how the money spent. So that was the kind of thoughts I was having, and I just had a laugh, enjoying the comments from people on social media. To clearly see people aren't happy with it.
Okay, then Razak, where do you stand in all of this? Because quite a number of people are saying that we don't need to invest too much in the Black Stars, because at the end of the day, they go and they don't win the trophy. Where do you stand in all of this, Razak? Hello, Razak. Can you hear me? Hello, Razak. Razak, if you can hear me, I was asking that, where do you stand in all of this? Because quite a number of people are bashing the government for budgeting $25 million for the AFCON, whilst if you win, you get $4.5 million. Okay, let me give the question to James. Where do you stand from the conversations that the president has budgeted $25 million for the AFCON and the FIFA World Cup qualification? Now the task is for the team to win the AFCON and also get to the semi-finals of the FIFA World Cup.
Yeah, Joe, I think I stand by the school of thought that says that this is not right. Now, at the beginning of the year, we had the finance minister bringing out the sports ministry budget for the various sports disciplines in Ghana. It's included football, like all the other sporting disciplines, and that money was 4 million Ghana cedis. But then, why do we as a nation all of a sudden make a decision which isn't a priority, especially for the Black Stars? For the Black Stars, first of all, to win the AFCON 2022. Let's be honest with ourselves. Black Stars cannot win the AFCON 2022. national team affairs is not about club affairs. You could use to buy the best players you have. National team.
Hello, James.
The national team is all about.
James, I was asking you a question.
And you have to work with it. Hello.
Yeah, you said the Black Stars cannot win the AFCON. We were winners of Group C in the just qualifiers. Why do you think that the Black Stars cannot win the AFCON?
Yeah, we are winners in Group C of the qualifiers. Those were qualified. Now we are going to the tournament proper. We'll be meeting the likes of big teams like Senegal, like Algeria, like Cote d'Ivoire, like Cameroon. These are teams that are very established. They have a plan to win the AFCON. Whereas I think that, yes, we also want to win, but realistically for me, I don't think we are going to win. Now, if you look at even the FIFA rankings, let's not work with the FIFA rankings, but let's be honest with ourselves. Ghana is a second-tier African team currently. Now, if you speak to most people in other countries, like last time I was listening to one Zambian journalist, a sports journalist, he was like, he doesn't see Ghana as a top team when it comes to the AFCON.
It is
and
opinion.
That's the position that I stand. It's going to be very tough. The last time that we were at the AFCON, we came out in the round of 16, and it will be same crop of players that we are sending. The fact remains that if we don't invest in our grassroots football, our infrastructure, we are always going to suffer for this.
Okay, then let me come to Benaya. You also address the budget for the entire project, but my additional question is that James is saying that we need to invest. It seems the president wants to win the cup within the shortest possible time. What do we do as a country?
There's a saying that there's no shortcut to heaven, Charlie. If we want to win the AFCON, we should have started planning in about, let me say, right after our elimination from the last AFCON. But since then, we can't see any progress in the Black Stars team. I think we've really retrogressed. We keep on relying on the same old crop of players.
But we've still qualified for the AFCON.
Know. Oh, yeah.
We qualified in Grand Stars. Winners.
As James said, those are just qualifiers. And mind you, the teams that we faced in the qualifiers are teams that we are expected to beat on any day.
We played against.
But we are coming against the likes of Senegal, Mali. Mali, for instance, I don't remember the last time Black Stars beat them. They've been beating us from the under 20, under 17 to the senior national team. Senegal, Cote d'Ivoire, and all the Morocco, Algeria, Egypt, all these countries, you could see that they are really making progress. But with the Black Stars, apart from the likes of Thomas Partey and, let me say, and Jordan and Andrea, we can't really see the future of the Black Stars. Joe, you can't really see the future of the Black Stars. Right now, if you look at the first 11 of our Black Stars, it's really pathetic because it's not really looking good at all. And you don't even know the direction of the Black Stars because as of now, you don't even know the first 11 of the coach as we speak right now. And that is a huge concern for the country going to a tournament like this. I agree with Makion when he says there's no way we are going to win AFCON because if we would have won, we should start seeing signs by now. But as we speak, we are not seeing any signs. Even with the games we won, how convincing was it? It wasn't convincing. So, this kind of performance, there's no way we are going to be dominating against the likes of Mali, Senegal, Egypt, Morocco, and Algeria in these countries that are way ahead of us as we speak. Even Nigeria.
Okay, I initially asked you a question, Benai. I was saying that, so when you are setting your goals, you have long-term and short-term goals. We've seen teams win the AFCON, but were not the best before the tournament. In 2013, we saw a Nigerian side that a lot of their top players decided not to play. They came with young guys and they won the trophy. The same thing happened in 2017 when the indomitable Lions of Cameroon won the trophy. The president seems that he knows that we can plan ahead and win it. But at the end of the day, if you listen to what the president said at the breakfast meeting, he wants to win the trophy within the shortest possible time. Now we have the money. What do we do to win the trophy? Because accepted, we don't have the best of squad, and it has been proven over the years that you don't need top players to win it. You need a plan. How do we go about this?
All right, just as you said, we need a plan. So it's obvious that we need a plan and not money. Money is not going to solve the issue for the Black Stars. So I believe these 25 million can be used to invest in those that are like proper scouting, proper player development. The youth, some of the players that are playing in Europe that have more talent, we should target this kind of players and start building them for the future. Let me say the next 2 AFCONs. So with this AFCON, I think you can just have a short-term plan whereby we just get the right crop of players that we are going to use for this AFCON. And wherever at all we get to, we build from there to the other AFCON with the mentality of going to win it. But if you are trying to say we are going to use 25 million to prepare for the AFCON job, we are not going anywhere. No. And when we don't reach the finals, or if we don't win it, it's going to backfire. And we are coming to haunt the ministry because of what they've done. So I believe that they should just have a plan, get the right crop of players, scout properly. The coach should just stick to a first 11, let them play a series of friendlies so they get to know each other, and then build some momentum going to the next AFCON. So that's all. So that 25 million, we can use some for preparations, but we can't say we are going to use all that money just for one tournament, whereby even the winner of the tournament is not even going to get, let me say, 30% of this 25 million we are talking about.
Okay, so let me see if I have Razak. Razak, if you can hear me, I was asking for your reaction after hearing that we plan to spend $25 million on the upcoming AFCON and the FIFA World Cup qualifications. Hello, Razak. All right, so we will try and get Razak back on the show. You're still watching the GhanaWeb Fridays debate here on GhanaWeb TV. Today we're asking if money is the only way we can use to win the Africa Cup of Nations. We'll go for a quick break. When we return, we'll talk about the one person who has been taking the heat in the midst of all of this. That's the Minister for Youth and Sports, Mustafa Yusuf, and also discuss the target for the FIFA World Cup as the team is expected to qualify and get to the semi-finals of the competition. We'll be right back after this break. Welcome back from the break. You're still watching the GhanaWeb Fridays debate here on GhanaWeb TV. Today we're asking if money is the only way we can motivate the Black Stars players to break the 40 years AFCON trophy gains or not. We started by discussing the issues from the scratch. Now we will talk about the target. Now we've talked about the target of the AFCON, and according to James and Benaya, we cannot win the AFCON. Now, part of the target of the $25 million budget is for the team to qualify for Qatar 2022 and get to the semifinals of the competition. Benaya, can this team that you think cannot win the AFCON qualify for the World Cup?
That's even the funny part, though, because we are talking of qualifying for the semi-finals of the World Cup when we not even actually qualified to qualify. And we know that the structure of the qualifiers has changed now, whereby it's a bit more difficult to qualify to the World Cup now.
Very difficult. Because
after qualifying, you would have to play a playoff before the winner progresses to the World Cup.
And looking at the performances of this current Black Stars we have now, you just ask yourself, do we even stand a chance of qualifying? How much more to talk of even going to the semi-final of the World Cup? Joe, this is the World Cup semi-finals we are talking about, and not the AFCON. Even with the AFCON, we are even having our doubts of qualifying to the semi-finals and even going to the finals to win a trophy. How much more the World Cup?
So you think we will not even qualify for Qatar? Let's to talk of the semi-finals.
I just think it's too soon to start talking of a semi-final when we've not even started playing the qualifiers for us to see our strength and where we are.
James.
Yeah, sure.
Will Ghana be in Qatar? James.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. So the thing is, as Benaya said, the qualifiers have changed a little bit. Now remember that next year we will play the AFCON, and in the same year we are going to play the World Cup. Exactly. And for me, talking about the qualifiers, I think from our group we can be the top team in the playoffs. Because we have South Africa, we have Ethiopia, we have Zimbabwe. I think from that. But the issue is the playoffs, because during the playoffs we are going to meet 5 other, I think yes, 9 other teams who have qualified from their top.
Who have qualified from their
the situation is, if we are able to qualify to the World Cup. So if you are able to qualify for the World Cup, the issue now is our performance in the AFCON will determine our performance in the World Cup, because it's that same year that we will be playing both tournaments. So for the semi-finals, as Benaya said, it's very too early to talk about it. So let's put it on hold. And let's look at how we are able to perform in the AFCON. I still stand by the point that our performance in the AFCON will determine our performance in the World Cup, because it will be the same crop of players who send to the World Cup, because it's the same period we are playing the World Cup. And for the semi-finals, I think it's good to dream big, it's good to have good ambition, but I think
we are not there.
We are not
there. Come on. The truth is we are not there.
So let's go. All these ambitions, I think they are very too. So let's look at the qualifiers first, and let's see how.
Is there a way you wish that we will spend the money instead of wasting the $25 million budget on just the AFCON and the FIFA World Cup? I am asking this because if you qualify for the World Cup, hotel bills, your transportation, what you eat, everything will be paid for by FIFA. So can we spend this money within the same sporting industry, but not on the Black Stars?
Oh yeah, Joe, we can do that perfectly. Today I wrote an article about how the government of Ghana have neglected other sporting disciplines and are only concentrating on the Black Stars. If you look at Paralympics like this, they are doing very well. Some of them, I think 5 athletes have qualified for the 2020 Paralympic Games. They need support, they need preparations. Same for the Olympic Games. In the area of boxing, we have 3 Ghanaians who have qualified: Shaku Muhammad, Suleiman Tete, and I think one other guy who has also qualified. So I think the money could be spread across. Even give the lesser known sports $6 million. It will go a very long way to help. Now back to the Ghana Premier League. Just give the Ghana Premier League $5 million for infrastructure sake. Build stadiums, build stadiums. It's going to help us in a long way. Yesterday, the juvenile football was launched. Give them that money. Grassroots football. That is where we will store our seed, and at the end we will reap. If you want to say, maybe we are giving ourselves a 10-year plan to win the AFCON, or a 10-year plan to be in the semi-finals of the World Cup. We have to invest the money in these areas. So this is the way I think we can invest the money.
Okay, now let me try if I can get Zach this time around. Razak, if you can hear me, unmute your camera. Then my question to you is, Are we being wise in our spending towards our sporting disciplines?
Hello, hello. Can you hear me? I hope you can hear me.
Yeah, I can hear you, Zach.
Okay. I'm actually locked up in another class, so that's why I'm not able to be as active as hoped. Nonetheless, relative to the question you asked, I mean, when you look at the general nature of our sports in the country, nobody can argue that it makes good sense when you consider the money that we push into the Black Stars. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any economic and sporting sense. To some extent, people will make the argument that, look, whether we like it or not, Black Stars are the almost our cash cow. They are the avenue or the
money machine.
The platform upon which we can get money and even support other sports and disciplines. But to a large extent, the existence of the Black Stars have come with expectation of a certain result, which is to win the AFCON. All right. And we've pushed so much money into it. And the result of it is that it has not resulted in the winning of an AFCON. And it is important that people who are there begin to assess, what does the Ghanaian public want? Is the Ghanaian public interested in the Black Stars winning an AFCON, or they are interested in seeing the general sporting facility or the general sporting environment in the country improved? Because whether we like it or not, yes, we are taking decisions as leaders, but the decisions must reflect the expectations or wishes of the people. So we need to do an assessment. What do the Ghanaian people want? Do they want an AFCON, or they want us to see our Ghana Premier League improved and teams playing on better pitches? Do they want to see juvenile football revamped? What do the Ghanaian people want? All right. But if we sit in our rooms and assume that what they want is for the Black Stars to reach the semis of the World Cup, or for them to win the AFCON, that is what they want, and for which reason we should put all the resources there, then some of these things will be announced, and you see the battle of the country. So I think we need to do a little reassessment of this. If really what we are doing is intended to meet the expectations of Ghanaians, we need to reflect what is the expectations of Ghanaians, so that we don't go pushing $25 million into the Black Stars. It's absolutely not, it doesn't make any good sense. All right, it doesn't make any good sense. So we need to do that. How much we spend on the Black Stars must be based on what is the general expectation of the Ghanaian public, so that we can have their support in whatever decision we take.
Okay, I want to ask you this.
Just to add,
Razak, I want to ask you this. Now, we've spoken about the budget, but do we have the team to achieve the intended target? Because the target for this amount is to win the AFCON, qualify for the World Cup, and get to the semi-finals of the competition. Do we have a team to achieve this?
I mean, if the team we currently have is the team that we know, which is the team that played in the qualifiers, if that is the Ghanaian team, then, I mean, we don't have the team to win an AFCON. I mean, you look at the Algerian team, you look at the Egyptian team, you look at the Senegalese team, the Cameroonian team, all right, the quality of players and the level at which they are playing. When you compare this Ghanaian team, no, I mean, we don't have the team to reach the semis, to beat Portugal, to beat Argentina, to beat the USA or beat England and reach the semis. We don't have it. We don't have the team to win the AFCON. It takes surprise, magic for us to get there. And unfortunately, now that Nana Grada has repented, I don't think we can get any magic anywhere to make it happen. Maybe Kweku Bonsam or something.
Okay, before I go for my break, let me come to Benaya. Now, the sports minister seems to be contradicting what the president said. The president at the breakfast meeting said that the 25 million is for the Black Stars, the AFCON and the World Cup. Now, the sports Minister, after the breakfast meeting, goes on other platforms, granting interviews, and he's trying to suggest that the budget is for all the other sporting disciplines.
I just think he's just trying to do that to avoid the backlash, because immediately this information got out that the president says 25 million is being allocated to the Black Stars, the public didn't take it lightly. They didn't take it well. They didn't like it. So because of the criticism that information drew from the public, I think he just decided to make those statements just to avoid the backlash. That's all I would say, because there's no way the president will make this bold statement where we have him saying it on tape that 25 million for the Black Stars have to qualify for the AFCON and also go to the World Cup semi-finals and all that. And then the minister comes and now says something else. It just clearly shows you that he's just trying to avoid backlash from the public. I mean, that's all and nothing else.
Okay, to you, James. I know you've been following the release from the GFA about the schedule of the Black Stars. Our game against Ethiopia will be played here in Ghana, but the team will camp for close to 2 weeks in Europe. Is it something that has been created to, in a way, spend the money by all means?
Joe, the question is, where are we going to play the first qualifier? We are playing it right here in Ghana.
Yeah,
so
either Accra or Cape Coast.
Outside Europe or somewhere. Yeah, so why are you going to come out? Somewhere in Europe, just to come back and come and play the football here? If the match was being played maybe somewhere in Europe, then you say maybe due to climate condition or environmental factors that could affect the game, then that one is reasonable. But then if you go and camp outside, then come back and play here, I don't think that's the right thing to do. First of all, I don't understand why we are using $700,000 for just a qualifier, just a game. We are playing 3 games here. I don't think playing a game here will cost $700,000. But if you are traveling, even traveling to South Africa and Ethiopia and Zimbabwe wouldn't cost us that much. So I think we are shooting ourselves in the foot.
All right. So today the GFA also announced that MTN has renewed their contract to sponsor the FA Cup competition, and they are going to pay $700,000 for 3 years. But the same GFA wants to spend $700,000 on a single Black Stars game. Well, we'll go for a quick break. When we return, we'll talk about the semi-final games of the UEFA Champions League. The road to Istanbul is still on. We'll be right back after this break. Welcome back from the break. You're still watching the Friday's debate here on GhanaWeb TV. Today we were asking if money is the only way to motivate the Black Stars to win the Africa Cup of Nations for Ghana. Now we're done with the final 5 minutes of the show, and we'll be talking about the semi-finals of the UEFA Champions League. On Tuesday, Chelsea drew 1-1 with Real Madrid at the Alfredo Di Stefano Stadium, whilst yesterday at the Parc des Princes in France, Paris Saint-Germain lost 2-1 to Manchester City. Let me come to you, James. The first leg, Chelsea got a positive result. Are we going to see an all-English affair in the finals again?
Joe, I think that in both games, Chelsea, Real Madrid, PSG, Manchester City, you have a lot to look forward to, even in the second. Now, I can't pinpoint a particular team that has qualified. This is because even in the Chelsea and Real Madrid game, yes, Chelsea were the best team, of course. They created a lot of chances, but unfortunately, they weren't able to score. They scored a goal through Christian Pulisic, and then Karim Benzema equalized that goal for them. And it was a very tough game. Prior to that game, Chelsea had not lost, I think, 10 competitive games across all competitions. So that tells you the job that Thomas Tuchel is doing at Chelsea, especially when it comes to defense. In the midfield, N'Golo Kante, Jorginho, they were very brilliant on the day. And up front, Christian Pulisic, Hakim Ziyech, but Timo Werner wasn't. He didn't have a good day.
He was very wasteful
now
on the
to
day.
Real Madrid too. Yeah, to Real Madrid too. In the Champions League, they have not lost, I think, in 4 competitive games across all competitions. So that tells you how they were also good when it comes to playing at the Alfredo Di Stefano. Even in the Champions League, the last time they won it, they lost the semi-final first leg face start. So it was way back in 2011. So that tells you how Real Madrid went. It was a very tough game, 1-1. I think it wasn't a good reflection of the game. I thought that Chelsea could have scored more goals. But then who knows? Let's go to the second leg of the game and let's see what happens. Maybe, who knows, Chelsea might qualify to the next round.
Okay, now let me take your last one. Benaya, yesterday PSG took the lead through Marquinhos. What went wrong for Paris Saint-Germain? And is there a way for them to come back in the return leg in Manchester?
I think this particular game is far from over. It isn't over yet. Yes, Manchester City has the advantage with the 2 away goals. But just as they were able to score PSG by 2-1 in Paris, PSG also have the capability to also do the same in Manchester. I think what went wrong for PSG is after the first half, I think they collapsed in the second half. I don't know what happened. It looks like the players got tired because the kind of intensity they played the first half with, it was very exhausting. And it pegged Manchester City at the back. So you could clearly see that when Manchester City came at them in the second half, they didn't have the legs to cope with that pressure. So they clearly lost it. It was just due to fatigue and tiredness, I think, because we couldn't see the electrifying Neymar again in the second half. For Kylian Mbappe, I thought he had one of his poorest games in the Champions League. He wasn't
a mere
very
passenger
effective
in the
yesterday.
game.
Yeah, he wasn't very effective. But the good thing PSG can take is that they stopped Manchester City from creating clear-cut opportunities, because even though Manchester City won the game, but both goals weren't a Manchester City type of goal. It came from, I'll call it a lucky goal, because Kevin De Bruyne didn't intend to shoot. It was just a cross that eluded everyone and ended up at the back of the net. And the second goal was just due to a bad wall from the PSG block. But so looking at all these factors, I think PSG still stands a chance. But Manchester City are still favorites, though, to qualify from this time.
Okay, Razak, you've watched the 2 teams, Madrid, Chelsea. I believe you watched the PSG and the Man City game too. Who will be your 2 teams for Istanbul next month?
I mean, by all means, Chelsea is going to be there. For the sake of my bias, they are definitely going to be Madrid. They're definitely going to be Madrid. Definitely, Madrid is having quite a lot of. They are good players coming back. Ramos is coming back. We're hearing Mendy might return. Valverde might return. But while all of those people are returning, we're also hearing that Caballero is out for the season. We're hearing that Marcelo is not likely to be in. So these are
also out.
Is also out, and Drake and Cruz are here are carrying some injury, and they might not be fully fit, but although they might play, but they'll not be able to give their 100%. So we're looking at a very strong Chelsea team. I think Chelsea would have won the game in Spain, but for Timo Werner, he squandered all the chances. Just need to get a good finisher up front. If Timo Werner is going to start, they need to work on him much more better to get him to be able to finish his chances, so that and Chelsea will be able to win. but it's definitely going to be an exciting game, a cagey game. But I'm definitely hopeful that Chelsea will get to Istanbul. As for PSG and Man City, it was a wonderful game yesterday. Beautiful game, a game of two halves that we saw. Beautiful PSG game in the first half and an amazing Manchester City game in the second half. When PSG had the red card, they should have gotten at least a third goal and killed the game. But it's shocking how they couldn't get to kill the game and in the second leg a complete formality. So we're expecting a game in Etihad. The game is not over. PSG is definitely going to turn up big time. They're going to cause a lot of havoc. There's a team that beats Bayern Munich at Allianz Arena. They're going to beat Barcelona.
Okay. So what will be your prediction for that game? Your prediction for...
I don't know. I cannot tell the goals, but I'm kind of hopeful that PSG will go through. PSG will go through. PSG will beat City. PSG will beat City. City, despite their performance yesterday, I don't think they can stand the threat of PSG, especially PSG playing outside of their home grounds. They appear to be very, very dangerous, and they are likely to repeat what they have done all through the tournament at Etihad. So Chelsea PSG finals.
All right.
And that is likely. But, yeah.
So you are going for Chelsea PSG. Let me come to you, James. Okay. Let me come to you, James. A quick one. Your prediction for the return legs. Real Madrid, Chelsea, Man City, PSG. Hello, James. Hello, James. Quick predictions.
Yeah,
there we go. I want your quick predictions. All right. It seems we lost James, but for him, since he's an Arsenal fan, definitely he was going to predict against Chelsea. Let me end with you, Benaya. The return legs, Stamford Bridge and Etihad. Quick reactions. Hello, Benaya. Okay, James, you are back. I was asking for your predictions ahead of the return leg so that we go.
Yeah. For me, I think that the finals. Yes, I think I would like Manchester City to be in the finals. They've struggled for a very long time to be in there. And for the Madrid and Chelsea game, from all instances, Chelsea have been a great team since when Thomas Tuchel came. And I think for them to be rewarded, I think they need to be in the final. So I'm predicting a Chelsea and Manchester City final.
James is going for an all-English affair in Istanbul for the final of the 2020-21 UEFA Champions League. Thanks, guys, very much for joining me here on the show. Thanks, Razak Musbao, Benaya Tay, and then James Ohinba Makion. It has been the Friday's debate here on GhanaWeb TV. This week, we were asking if money is the only way that the Black Stars can win the AFCON 2022 and probably qualify for Qatar and then make it to the semi-finals of the competition. Let us hear from you from the comment section. My name is Joel Eshen. Until we meet again, it's bye for now.
Powers and principalities. There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We are here in the heart of Accra, specifically at Kantamanto. And our guests today on the show are the Kanta designers. Well, that's what they call themselves. A group of young, hard-working men whose hustle is to recycle second-hand clothing by making beautiful designs on them. They take their turn on this edition of People and Places. My name is Wanda Mihagan. Welcome aboard. We have two gentlemen doing the same business. Let's just get into the conversation. Boss, good morning.
Morning.
It's saying.
You're
saying.
From Malik.
Hana Debbie.
If we've been a baby, no.
Into power coin fan.
The poor, me day inside. But I say, me feel a compano. Never.
Hana wono. How many years and a month now?
Me buy. Yes, I said Monday. I'm sure I said more. I'm for 5 months. By me bass, me back 8 years.
Into back no. Before I be share that design way as see no. Now where you then?
I'm like Musuya driving. Musuya driving.
It's now you're driving.
But I say you're driving. I was license now. I don't know. Now maybe you was Musuya was Kakra.
School venture.
You go school or Takra.
Into see a design in those.
No sooner, you know, by me, design one design on me, but I'm a bicycle. Now, madam, for your designs, no chimney more design.
But then the man will call a choosy said, obey start here as a business way.
And who said, Italiano, we are here coffee. Now, man, for me, I am team who are me, my shady, been a machine, Nikki. Because we are friends, a person who say, I know we are F. Now, my Miss Aslam be design.
It's more for anything.
Tie and die.
Tie and die. Okay. Now, more anything.
Okay. Who say, top white. See your design open. It will open tiger a spider. It's a spider never been say. We have to see we have to know what someone would do any spider. Now we also open rainbow color. I want to use to finish here. By designs be blue. Your designs may be our open designs.
In Kofana or Mubetono, or Mona Muchusi designs and I'm one of my
we or the banana choosing design. We also any design more feminine. Our connect time of the same.
In Kofa Benz, I am okay.
You were to 4 more than Italian Bania Yamom.
Or they plain shirts no
bounce a bit of the people happen.
Oh, okay.
To any papa could ya. Yamanwa, no, I mean,
okay. But and yes, one amuko a cotton shirts na ebe cotton.
Who are yet to be cotton shirt? Yenis can be an air, and so I cotton shirt. Near baby, and so you are to me.
Near a good hand, eh,
wait, or those 100. No man 100.
Okay.
By Bua, Yambo, by Yabu infants, 80 and 70.
Okay, to say no, omo de bremo na mu design e bia na mu de moma ahena mu je
okay, yeah, do you want 5 CDs?
For one?
5 CDs.
Okay.
Only you be design ya color in 5 CDs.
But shirts no, mo ankasa mo kwato market wa saying.
You got to shirt no market so 5 CDs.
Okay.
Na yan so ye be ya. And it you to shirt no market na ye be ya. Na ye turn am one na ye turn 15 CDs.
Apo me.
Nyame anu.
But say wona we boss wa. Wona o training omo.
Me training.
Na na we decided say business we start now there.
Oh, business na there. We to kind of go say coffee be here. Intime no share no. Na me pick your omo sa. Intime pick your omo sa no. Na mba na so. Madam 43 you are. Omuno mujenjina bakuna sheche bakuna baba na ne bad man. Nti baba am so say international makun business bi.
He now. Okay. Okay, koyede.
Wo mu di omu festival a me ko ba am come down for na am hwede omu ye na. Nti me ba am say omu international ye say adwuma. Nti ya ka sam friend am say edu no munye fin. No say do ndo betu akọchine me be ton omu ton akra ya. No be dem ko do ra no. Na eno nko kasa asa no sia na ebisa say e binya top we na e dey ayo no so e no me kirem sibi aye na ya bobo no no me start o me kirem designers bebre e no me kirem sibi aye me se color we binya say me di yellow na me da fla blue no me nya green me nya green
and one ya with the colors ni frafra
me na ya me the colors ni frafra me nya colors
now we nya different colors inti we will start here dabe
starting chair ba me ya o se me nya bebi a me hata no aso mo me adwuma okwan we no so no ma be se no eno ase me adwuma 200 pieces on me se no
why mo
railways for no o me se 200 pieces on me se no ma atale no ya de ya tobu ni lu na be ja ko tobu no asa ma 150 pieces
okay so o ma be se na
se me ye wi a no ma be do me se ma me hata o mo ba no so no ma be de o ma be kabum
na say o mo se me hata wa bobo ni say we say o pe baby fufu
me ano ye ni baby a ye no ase omo ba so e mo settlement baby mo ntia ase no ma be
settlement ye dey
ti say mo muska 5 cedis and I say 10 cedis baby mo ntia ase no ma be se no ntia na ni baby a e be no ase nti obi store ni na ma be sele a me ye wo say me ye 150 pieces no ase a
ana che say ebi moje we for no
ebi moje
but say o moje a na no che say enye ade papa no mo you because say almost say say railway na say no say be answer
because mommy we no train na enye dwuma biem ina we so moba no so ye moba no wo ata atale no so pe wi no boss awo bo se mama ata o moba no so kula
moba no so na rail no so na
moba no so obetumi atu eni pa hwo te kala sin pe bia ye moba no so na ata no ba mo se o mo te ase se ata no ma fit
na se o mo se o mo te ase a eno ani se ma pe drying line bia na bibi a mo be hata
me pacho ano so enya be bia be den ye be hata no ti me ba papa we na me na be kasa no ma wo kasa se me yo mo ba nti se nti o ma me hata no am so o mo ma me ndepe na me nya no me hata no ape ma me hata wa abi na msu ma nti o ma kwan se me nye ina mkoto kale sama be me se me best start ejuma no
I see nti ejuma no o ya ehu won faso
won faso to mam 200 pieces a me we na mkita be 6 million
shirt nkwane ya mo
ya sai ni kes kan ba we no and one fan kes amba shirt nkwana me be da me be ye ni nyina fine
nkwana we
wo me small boy wa me ni ejuma no I say mom so
to me we a day 200
me to me we let me atana sin
ma bo ejuma pa
bo no fine
and enti and say what on bibi
and them ton hwe
afi na wo
afi be shase advance me shase na top no so ye na so 100% ya we 50% ya kala na emba kora we say
100% 50%
50% no the ya any to say top no we top na o sha we say o hwe na much 50% on china o the ya any into o hwe na much 100% on china o the ya e be ye na kala so no dugu so a e betumi show no a be hu say efe
ana che say fabric ni type ana okay
and let just say colors in the fair about the topper and your cotton one or the ya or your bed any.
I have with me a customer of one of the guys who make these design shirts. Let's just speak to him. What's your name?
I'm Eric.
Okay. Eric, what do you do for a living?
Like me, I'm a foreigner. So like I don't have any job in Kenya here. This is my job. So like I used to go Kanta buy the top, plain white. So I would take the top to these guys. So whenever I reach there, any design I like, they do for me.
So you tell them the design to do?
Yeah. So like you see this one. If I need this kind of design, so I will say I need this kind of design.
How long have you been doing this for?
Like six months plus now.
And when did you come to Ghana? From which country?
I'm from Sierra Leone.
Okay. When did you come to Ghana?
2019.
2019. That's about 2.5 or 3 years now. Okay. And why did you come to Ghana?
Oh, like me, absolutely. Yeah. In my life, I want to do something better for myself.
And that's why you came to Ghana?
Yeah, but like, it's not Ghana I want to stay, right? Just like I want to get some money so like I can pay my way to go another country. Like I want to go Spain. That's my target.
Okay.
But presently I'm here. I don't have a job, so this is my job I'm doing. So like I can get my transport.
You want to go to Spain for what?
Oh, here is Africa. You know, this time right, Africa is no good. Yeah. So like there is nothing like white man country. So if you are staying in white man country, like for now, example, I'm doing this kind of job. But like if I'm living in a white man country, I can't do this kind of job. Like
so what would you possibly be doing there?
Oh, absolutely. I was expecting that I'll be working on factory. So that would be better for me than selling all those things. Like,
but what were you doing in Sierra Leone before you came to Ghana?
I was a student.
You're a student?
Yeah.
What were you studying?
Absolutely. I'm an art student.
Art student, yeah. Okay. Since you started this, how profitable is it? Do you get a lot of money from it?
Just a little bit. It's not enough, but a little bit.
I sure it's different
colors.
Different colors. Colors no. Yeah, money fee.
Colors in your koto.
Motor name wa himfa.
Ya tono wa okay shi. Ba yun say ya chose asine woto unmu colors. Be ba motor colors. Na colors nso mbo edi.
Say
20 Ghana. Ba ku wa amito. We yellow. We 20 Ghana.
We yellow. But say you look yellow.
Ba you do good so ni ma. Rubber na rubber.
Okay.
Tie to color na. Ebini.
Into she so good.
She na me de duro kakra guma color eni.
Say na be.
Nti ya on.
Okay.
Nti yedi edu kakra guma na ehwa wusi a empa because wusi so a manfa omu ye de nchini nsuo na esi nchini nsuo ni semina ejen na edisi nti ana ema atano ayepa me down wo hwe me down ya me ana me ye sama shamade
okay
me ana me che na ache unse mesia wo hwe me che na mesia na ma shamade okay yesra abense wo hwe na ombo en unse wiem na ye wo so ombo en say one district one dam ya osisi o me ne ba kwan ye dosu
omoma wo de dam ni
ni ye dam one factory ni ye bie company ya ehun baba mfaso am ye nyina
nti omoma mo factory
yes raben say ombo ye
na mo fan design
design bia o me be ye design bia
ye dance mama ne onya keso ankasa etsen
wacha
unso ye design bi
wacha
da ben na was starting here.
Arampocha media me starting and chair.
Na usia fi hwan ho.
Wacha me usia fi master, I friend fresh.
Unko school there.
Wacha me go school.
Mama kwan.
Wacha dey be.
Inside na ina wan go school.
Mpocha me free me was yan. Nti na misika sa nti ma short iska ka kenta fiance me hwe iska me dey go school.
Nti na wo ye na wo dey ni iska ka.
Wacha.
Okay. Nti oya a day utimi nya sense.
Wacha there won say we no ye jiba ko be say 5 series. E bi no mo buy 100 pieces 200 ba ko ni 10 na dey no no mo dey ba nti ya na ya just nti ya me master wa me scan dey akoto so. E bi out me 50 Ghana 60 series me dey akoto so.
Okay, so sure ejima na ebo a.
Wacha.
Okay. All right, yeah that's it. So those are the experiences of two people who live here somewhere in Kanta. This is what they do and they get money out of it for their daily living.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
come back from the break. I just got myself a white plain t-shirt inside here at Kantamanto. I'm going to give it to the tie-dye designers to get myself a beautifully designed t-shirt. Come along. So I'm here to speak to another of these designers. They call themselves the Kanta designers, and I have my shirt with him. Bosu, I brought a juma. It's saying, you're saying, Ahana, we a juma, Hana would say. Now, what started business way? How long ago?
They say 4 months.
4 months. Now, then I was starting.
You sure phones in the same.
It's one I was starting. Okay. The white shirts, you may person design a mammy. Over you say.
The mom can see that.
Yes, I'm designer, I'm just right.
Since we be an insane.
So, into wood any 10 cities. And then I'll do me 10 cities.
Send me a boss, no sign.
Where your boss?
I sign first summer.
Okay. So we are speaking to Babana. He will be designing my shirts for me while we have a conversation. It's a patch of a bit me starting. Into my shirts no. I don't know who answer now who started.
Since you know me the run a draw.
A draw answer.
I finished with that. And now the like what the sense in us always share. I'm a calling you free.
Oh, okay. Design now baby no. Your friend is saying.
Me spider.
Eh, then I'll be do Kanta. Ufi na way.
From Côte d'Ivoire.
Côte d'Ivoire. Just all your Ghana.
Your Ghana, but I'm in Papa Côte d'Ivoire.
Ah.
I say Ghana life no, because I'm machine na name chintina. The bar.
Ah, it's what you want na name. I see. It's business now you know. What the boy nana. And I go school.
Go school.
Where you school?
David.
One go school.
Go school.
Echo see level man.
Form 1.
SS1. And now JHS1. And now J. And then now J.
And we didn't can say I'm not born near the Kakra.
Into J. Answer now best starting way. Now we're heading.
No, actually, maybe I'm with you.
Now we'll see. It's not on another show. Okay. It's your person who design now, you know, or you're not saying, or by anything, who bet me a train.
Different styles, be brave. My person, me, we are.
Say no, I say ocean. Okay, so whilst he does this, he's going to start designing my shirts for me, but he wants to, it's going to take a while, so we are going to leave him to do his thing. We'll be back to continue the conversation with him, but let's go to another of his colleagues and get him to share his experience and how business is going for him so far. So let's speak to this young man who's already designing one of such shirts. Your friend saying? Mustafa. So how long have you been doing this?
5 months.
So you started in which month?
December we are starting.
Is this where you stay?
Yeah.
This where you stay? This where you sleep?
I did a canter inside. I did a canter inside. The bed where I did.
Okay. And how long have you been staying here in Kanta?
Like 3 years.
3 years. Yeah. Where did you come from?
I come from Nkoko.
What were you doing at Nkoko before you came here?
At the time we were doing Nkoko, I was doing scraps at Nkoko, but I come across a change. I did do time and die. It's a business when I was
and then now can for topa.
Oh, business with the call guy in Tinama start.
If you obi na share we ya na one I was starting somewhere.
Obi na na mjina ni chene musumi suya. We kala na yo isu share de on e won su de ba you ni isu ni de isu share de wa ya no
difference in name
isu share de no omu ye no we are center one no omu no omu no omu no kala no sianom de aye
na covid by no o say 5 months ni affect your business.
Corona ni de and affect business no ekosu
na never ton bibia yet.
Oh, my market and selling me start for front.
There.
Oh, my ton be 50 pieces.
50 pieces. And you are showing.
Oh, scar me.
So we are back. He's done with the first part of the shirt and he's designing the second one. Into shirt now you say no. Uton mama 10 cedis. Into you find say oh yeah be 20 ya. It means a day bia we 200 cedis.
I borrow say one to me be 100 pieces. Na go 300 pieces. I do am to me be say 700 Ghana na 800 Ghana
a day. Na sika no dey. Because as I be show. Anna
yes, I'm not sure. Mama, me and Papa, and me and sure.
But say 800 cedis, sika wo. Into what they then we save it now. We save it. Into say I be ahina we save. Can go.
They say like with them.
So say 4 months now starting. Into be ahina we save.
With them you say
2000. Why mo sana ya o mo beto shirts ni.
We don't do more to do more like Kobe Bless so bad at all.
Who own them corona who shirts around?
You feel good.
You
feel the so. Manjin this I met my Sam,
So we've been speaking to Babana. He has just told us his story and how he's been going about his business for 4 months now. He says business is good, but sometimes, of course, it has its downsides. Babana, who will be able to echato? Yeah, that's the pants on the and so that's it. We wrap up. My shirt, beautifully designed. I'm still waiting for it to dry because if I wear it now, my dress will be a mess. But that's how we wrap up this edition of People and Places. We came to the streets and we spoke to some of the boys here, the young boys who are, instead of whiling away time, using their time to design these beautiful clothes. They are making some money and that's how they are living, and they want people to help them improve on their skills. Thank you for joining us in this edition of People and Places. My name is Wandami Hagan. See you next time.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
Hello, my name is Priscilla Na Akle Planch. I'm a survivor of a road accident. It wasn't easy for me. I went through 6 surgeries and for 2 years I was using crutches. It wasn't an easy experience and I don't want you to go through the same. So please follow all the road safety regulations that you have to. Don't drive tired, don't drink and drive. And to my fellow friends who ride motorcycles, please, the road signals are for you as well. Please pay attention to them. Stay safe. Do the right thing and save a life.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
It's not my brother. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Wabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
He is the voice behind most of the popular adverts we see on TV or hear on radio. With his expertise and powerful voice, he has advertised for countless of major Ghanaian brands. This is Talkatainment, and I am your host, Elsie Lamar. Ato Kwamena Akins is our guest for today's show. Welcome to Talkatainment.
Talkatainment, thank you.
So how is it? How is it with you and business so far?
Well, we've been trying. You can't complain. Yes, so the business has been good by the grace of God. Yes, and we've been managing ourselves through it, so that's cool.
How does one become a good voiceover artist?
Becoming a good voice artist. I usually tell people that everyone has a good voice. The difference is confidence and then practice. Because if you keep practicing, you'll get better, irrespective of your voice. So to become a good voice artist, it's about you constantly practicing and, knowing exactly the texture of your voice without stressing it or trying to sound like someone else. Be yourself, practice, and that is it.
So when was this particular vision, the vision of becoming a voice-over artist, when was it conceived?
I had always known I had a good voice. People have been saying it. And so somewhere around the year 2003, I did my very first commercial. But that one was something that I wrote myself and then it was my cousin's phone shop that I did for. But when I really came into the voiceover business itself was 2009. That was when I started doing real commercial voice.
Did you receive any formal training with respect to this career?
Formal, if you say formal, as in going to
Schooling,
school,
yes.
Not really, but I had someone coaching me. And I'll tell you that I'm still learning. I'm not there yet. Even though one will say that I've been in it for a very long time. But I still get directed anyway. So you go somewhere and someone will tell you that, look, I want my job done this way. And you have to do it that way for the person. So yes, I actually got training. Someone was there to tell me that this is how to do it. This is how to go about it. So yes, there was a training. Just that it wasn't in a classroom. But there was a training.
Do you plan on establishing one yourself?
I don't have any plan about that yet. I know, but I was teaching voice performance in a school, in a media school, Insight Media College. Yes, I did that for 2 years, and then outside the classroom, I've also been training some people, to also get into it, just as I was trained by someone.
So far, would you say your craft is well appreciated in the country?
I would say...
Does it pay?
It does. It does pay. Yes, like I said, but for some few ones, few bad nuts in the game, it pays. And once you do the job and the client accepts it and it's run for, some run it for a year, more than a year, depending on the promo they are running. How long they want to run the promo. Once it is accepted, then you know that, yes, your job is appreciated.
So how do you come across these contracts?
It's funny. Well, I used to be in a production house. What we do is that we have advertising agencies that we work with. So these agencies, they go to the client for the job. So they pitch their ideas or concept or whatever they have to the clients. And then the clients then accepts it as, okay, they write a script and they bring it to us, like in a studio like this. So when it comes to us, we look at which voice will be good for this very commercial. It isn't every voice that is good for any commercial. So you have to look at it. And once the voice is okay for it, you go with it. So it is the agencies, the advertising agencies They are the middlemen. They will go for it from the client and bring it to us. And then the production house will then call you, a voice artist, to come and do the voice. So you do the voice without really knowing the client. That's how sometimes it is.
Have you ever had your work rejected before?
Yeah.
On what basis?
My very first job that was rejected, I think that was my my early stages. I remember I did something for NIB. And then the guy who brought the job to us called my boss and said, Kofi, now when I'm on your voice no? Kofi with them in person. No one already voice the same as I'm paying your money with GTV.
Hey.
And to be very honest, you know, that was my early stages, and I was like, oh, Charlie guy, when I check a camera, you know, the way he said it, and my boss actually put the phone on loudspeaker, so I heard everything. It was a little crazy for me, but you know, that was what we wanted to do. So we still stayed in the game. And of course, we've done a lot of, a couple of them that has been rejected. Sometimes it's not because they don't like the voice. Sometimes they don't even like the script. You know, sometimes too, they wanted a female and then the communication didn't go well. So a male does it, it goes, and then they say, oh, we don't like it. We wanted a female for it. So yes, it has been, my job has been rejected on some, on different basis, you know.
That was your first job, like
No,
you said. That was your first.
NIB, it wasn't my first job, but those were my early, you know, stages in the game.
Did that break you in any way, considering the fact that it was your early time in your career?
I would
It
say
was an early time.
yes. I would say yes, because I did it with all joy, you know, and even though we know we're struggling with it and all, but you know, we're trying our best. So the guy could have been a little lenient, but you know some people. But later he became a friend. I didn't really fight him anyway. And of course I knew that the beginning of everything was difficult. And once I was determined to do it, nothing could stop me. I just had to continue.
How did it make you feel about yourself at that moment? You expected it to.
Turning it out sometimes is difficult because that's what the client wants. The only thing is that it becomes difficult in reading. You know, if the script is not well done, it's not well structured, it becomes difficult for you, the voice artist. And so you do back and forth, even though and you see, the thing is that once you are not happy with the script, some way, somehow it gets to you and it gets in your way of reading or performing it. So at the end of the day, he's the one going to pay the money anyway. He said, this is how I want it. And sometimes I tell the people that, Charlie, the script is too somewhere. Say, Charlie, yeah, did we call you? But this is what the client decided to take. And they are the ones paying our bills. So what can we do than to do it? The only instance where I've had to turn down, and I don't really turn it down, those are cheese scripts. Scripts that are already done in English and they are to be translated into Chi. And then some people do it, and because they think they go to church, they read Chi Bible, so they can do translation for commercials. So sometimes what I do is that when you do that, I tell you that this translation is not right. So I'll then do it my own way for you. But I don't reject the script entirely. No, that's somebody's work. That's another creative person's work. So you cannot reject it. You know, and that's what the client wants. So normally, if it is Chi, I'll do the translation for you and tell you that this translation, dear, is not commercial. You know, because the job also has its own language. So it doesn't matter that you understand Chi or you understand Ga or you know how to speak English the best way. You have to, you know, follow that language, you know, and do it. So Chi scripts, yes, sometimes. I don't reject, but I try to add add to it the best way I can. Yeah.
Which is the hardest, the Chi voice over thingy and then the English one? Which is the hardest?
The hardest to read?
Yes.
Well, they are all cool. I mean, once you know how to go about it, they are okay for me. Yes, because I do translations as well. So I mostly read my own translator scripts. So any of them is okay by me. Any of them.
Has there ever been an instance where you submitted a work that you were so unsure of to a client, but it turned out well?
Yes, of course. There are some of them. You do it and you're like, this one there, I didn't, you know. And even in my own studio, I do it. Sometimes you put a song and you are like, I don't really like this. Or sometimes your voice is not even in the best position, you know, for the work. But the client is putting pressure that we need the job today, we need it tomorrow. Ideally, the voice should have probably rested for a day or two to be okay for that job, but they want it. So you have to do it. You will struggle to do it, you know, but it gets to the client and they are okay with it. You know, so of course there are times where you do the work and you yourself, you're like, this one there, but it goes and then they are okay with it. And you're like, okay.
Which step is the most difficult? The scripting, the reading, and what else?
The production.
The production. Which of these steps are the most difficult?
Well, I would say the reading, because most of the scripts come, you know, already made by these advertising agencies and whoever brings the script. Of course, there are instances where you'll be asked to write a script, you know, but mostly they are brought in. And sometimes a script would have like, let's say 4 or 5 lines, but will have like 3 different emotions in there. So you have to first read the script, understand it, and look at the delivery. And I don't just call it reading, I call it performance. It's voice performance. You're performing that script. Because when you hear a radio commercial and the person is upset, you can tell this, hey, this lady is really happy. You know, oh, what a sad lady. You get it. It all comes in the performance of the voice. So if you do not understand the script well, you cannot be able to deliver well. So I would say the reading is difficult. And a lot of the times, even radio presenters, people who sit on radio and talk, you know, for a longer period, and people think that they can just do the voiceover. They come and they struggle. Sometimes when you come into my studio, I will look at you. You read because you are the one the client has chosen. They know what they saw in you. But if I called you to come and do it for me for a client, that one I will direct you to do it the way I want it. But if a client brings you in, that one anyhow you do it. And mostly the clients are there. So they are okay with it. You know, so it's not easy reading. There's been presenters who come and they take hours to read even 2 lines.
What does it take to be able to read?
What it takes, like I said, you first of all need to understand the script. Okay, and then also the voice texture. You see, if you're talking, you have a nice voice, or you're talking all right. But if you're to do a voiceover, that will be different.
Will you need extra pipes?
You can say, this is CNN, and this is CNN. There's a difference. So, the way you talk is different from the way you read a script. So there's a technique and you need to have that. So it doesn't necessarily mean that because you're a preacher or you're a presenter, so you can just do it. I always say that voiceover presenters are the best. The guys who do voiceover, when they get into presenting, they are always solid in the game. And there's been a number of them, you know, that we have in the system that people love, but they don't know that. Even in acting, if you do voiceover, you're solid in your acting. Yes, then you know the dynamism of your voice. You know how to, roll the voice, how to bring in inflections anytime it is needed and all that. Yeah.
So how much do you charge for your work? Give us a range.
How much I charge?
Yes.
Well, that depends.
On
the volume of work, because we have documentary scripts, and then we have a 60-second script, and then all that, 30 seconds, 45. But I don't charge if it is a radio commercial, and relationship also comes in as well. So if we have a relationship, I could say, okay, pay 1,000, or same script that I could do for someone at 2,000, I can do for you at 500 or 800, And sometimes someone will come tell you, the thing is urgent, and you need to help a brother out. Even you may not even know the person, but the way they will come and talk, you just want to help. So for the charging there, it depends on so many things. But the least I take is 500.
Has there been an instance where you've done pro bono work for someone and it's till now they haven't paid?
Of course. I remember, I don't know if I should mention, it's a very big company in Ghana, a bank in Ghana. I wrote the script. I did it in English. They said they liked it. And I was supposed to translate it into Chi. I did and read it for them. It ran on the major radio stations here in Ghana. But the guy who went for the job never brought me my share. He actually did nothing. All he did was to just go to the client and seek for the job. He didn't know how to write the script. He brought it. I did the scripting. I used my own studio and my own time in recording and editing, post-production and everything. And did the translation. And still, he went for the money.
Wow.
Yeah, and it's been like 3 years. He never came back. I've been calling him an everyday story. So for almost a year now,
you let go.
Okay, yeah. He's not going to pay. Yeah. So those are some of the things.
We're taking a break here. Let's take a quick breather as we go over to Abrantepa, who will be bringing us the discovery segment.
I'm a ghetto girl. And I'm not coming from a rich family. I'm from a cool, humble home where someone kwechima undidi. What I say? There is no food for you. Okay. See, being in the ghetto, then passing through a normal and like a bravo, sometimes a day. So Enona inspire me to write those kind of music.
Right, so welcome to the Discovery segment, Talk Attainment. My name is Abrantepa, and today, a female is featuring on the show. She goes by the name Miss AJ.
I started singing when I was 6 years old. I started doing it in church. Yeah, but officially, I think 2 years.
Okay.
Things are moving on well. Though we don't have enough money financially, we are broke small, but things are going on well. So we are hoping that investors will invest in us. My target is say by 2-3 years. Na nyankopon edinsi BBE pa biabe boyedi Miss AJ, that's my target, and I'm working towards it.
Okay. BBSC, you just thought say, oh Charlie, I'm not crying, then just focus on something else.
Okay, and your my dear, see, as for you can't say, oh, I'm out for boo. Abem, yeah. But music, music is me. Though when I'm down, when I'm heartbroken, it's music that consoles me. And see, it's there. But me, there is nothing. Obia nyo botum we chede one major anyum nothing unless I die.
Have you ever written a song out of the pain or
yes.
the challenge you were going through?
Yes.
Which song was that?
Life.
Okay.
Unreleased.
Oh, I see. What were you going through at the time?
Yeah, it's all about my life, the things that I've been through, growing up and stuff. So it's about the hustle and what was it? Chia. And we there in a year in Kanye, because I'm make a baby there. Where I come from, it's hard. Why it's Nyoma Yosana ya fumin. Yeah, that is what I made share or your life. It's well, it's here. You even cry for me. If you know where tea at a goat shop, you won't even dare. You will give me bread for free. Should I tell you all my secrets? You won't even dare. You will even cry for me. If you know the things that I go through, you wouldn't even hate. You will even say I'm saved by grace. What kind of life is this? But I'm used to this. I know which way to go. What kind of life is this? But I'm used to this. I know which way to go.
It's okay. We don't want to cry. That's Miss AJ on the Discovery segment. My name is Abrantipa. Before we go to LC to continue with the interview, Miss AJ will take us away. I don't know the song you want to perform.
Yeko.
Yeko. Okay, right. So let's go.
Nyanke frikotia na yewa jefemu. Kaya chesika ya yechenu mienu sayambo gampa ya na ya pemu fise yenya mendayo ya bogamba ye yenida sonsaye ade biansaye yenya mendayo ya bogamba ye yenida sonsaye ade biansaye yako
Welcome back. That was an interesting one. Atukwamana Akins is still here with us. So, have you ever done a work for someone and it got rejected, but you found out it was later sold to another client?
No. But I have done something for someone who said, oh, maybe I don't like it. And then I will sell the same idea to a different client, and then they will like it, and that'll be it. Yes. And yes, of course, I think so. There are some of them too, you do the work and then they will say, oh, your client, and they said, and then later, and you see, some of them are cheap. You won't even be, and you don't listen to all the radio stations anyway. You can only listen to one at a time. So normally, I even love the commercial section of the radio programs than the main programs itself. Because that is where they will play it for me to know that, hey, I also pay, and you know, because you do it for them, oh, client is there, you know, and then before you realize it's been run in Kumasi, Sunyani, and all that. And you only be there, someone who knows your voice will call. And the unfortunate thing is that this work is not, you don't show your face. And I like it so anyway, because looking at the number of commercials I've done so far, if it was TV, I don't think I could have eaten my wachi at that corner and taking my trotro and all that. Yes, so of course, people who know your voice will hear it and call you and tell you that, oh, I met Caesar, why advert a challenge and sing Sikabo. Then that is where you realize that, hey, that job the guy said, and then you have to call the guy. And I said, we'll see it my way. The people rejected, when your mommy find, let me follow up most of the time. Obwa, Wajis Canadian. You know.
What do you think we are not doing in terms of arts and commercials in this country?
what we're not doing, I think it's about scripting. You see, for me, when I'm watching TV and commercials come, I know which one was professionally done, as in professionally scripted. So I will tell that this was given to an ad agency. This one they're quenching for binom, yeah. You know, and a lot of the clients will go like, oh, ni na advert kroya. Ni na advert kroya, masa. When the camera back could be see, I know of one major, a big company in Ghana, were shooting a TV commercial for them, and the guy, we had actually given him a budget, and then he was like, now camera, okay. They said, no, this is me studio. Meanwhile, the cameras we were talking, his was a TV camera, you see, for TV, professional TV camera, so you can't even use it for like commercials. But the guy said he had cameras, so we had to go for those cameras to come and use for the commercial. And I think at the time the guy had written, was it 5D Mark III and co, you know, in his budget, that those were the ones he was going to use, and you know, but the man said no, go to my studio and go and pick those professional TV cameras and go and use it for the advert, you know. And some of them too, they will just give it to anybody. You give them a budget. Hey, advert in Kwana Mitriaska. No. And so somebody will come, and then let's say you give let's say 15,000 or 20,000 budget. Someone will come and say, "Well, give me 4,500." You know, and once look at the difference. So sure, it doesn't necessarily mean that someone taking you a huge amount is going to do a good job for you. That one there, it's there. You know, those instances are there. But in a case where someone is taking 20,000 and someone comes and is taking 4,500, there's surely going to be a difference in production. You know, so sometimes the clients themselves, I would say mostly, yes, it depends on what they want. But if you carry it to an ad agency, they are going to do a lot. You know, sometimes it could be a 360, billboard, radio, TV, you know, and print and stuff like that. So 360, and they will write a concept that will run through all the 360 campaign they are doing for you. So if you pick it, can I mention a product? Let's say drop diam that came, you know. Drop diam, you see it in their TV, you hear it in their radio, on their billboards and all that. That's a 360 they did for the people, for that client. Okay. Now, someone to go like, oh, massa, and that the amount they paid for that job, you have no idea. Until those who will be, and you want a commercial, you've seen that commercial and you want the same thing, and they give you a bill, and you're like, Charlie, where do you mean to me? And then someone comes and say, oh, 5,000. Oh, then come and do it for me. You should know what you're going to get.
Ever listen to an ad and then gnashed your teeth?
Oh yeah, especially with the voices. You hear somebody, you're like, oh, what day? You can tell that this is a green, someone so green to the field. And you see, it doesn't mean that someone who is green cannot do it. If someone doesn't know how to do voiceover, this is your first time, you could still be coached to do it well. You may not have done a voice commercial before, but I can coach you to do one that when you yourself, you hear it, you'll be amazed. You ask yourself, is that your voice? Did you do it? And then there are some that, you know, it's just, and so there are some radio stations, if you listen very well, even with the radio stations, some of them, the adverts you hear, I tell people that this advert cannot be on this channel. Let's say I hear it on radio A, and I'm like, this advert will not be accepted on radio B. And it is like that. Yes, because the voice and the quality of production and all is so low for the standard of, say, radio B. But radio A is okay, Charlie commercial and Ebimba. They will accept it anyhow it is. By radio B, they are up there, and they will not accept something like that.
Aside scripting and recording voiceovers, what else do you do?
I'm also into concept development. I do a little acting too, and then presenting as well. Yeah.
Tell us about your projects page.
Page 83 Concepts.
Page 83 Concepts.
Yes, we produced a Fun Home TV show. Initially, it was Fun Home TV game show. Yes, and then now Access, which is running. We also had our very first production, but that one is not out yet. That was before Fun Home. You know, that's Misu Miobika. That one too is there, and yeah. We have a number of productions yet to come out. But the ones that we have out there on the market that you can easily get, that's the Fun Home and then the Access show.
Tell us more about the Access show. I'm interested in that.
You are interested in the Access show. Well, one day maybe the table will turn. I will also be interviewing you on the Access show, provided you'll be ready to talk about
I'll come, but I won't show my face though.
Okay, we can announce you on the show, so you wear your
mask.
And even, so you see, even this era helps. You can wear your face mask and then can wait till their boss bear 5. You know, so someone sees.
My ex of 3 years will still know I'm the one.
Well, that is for him, but maybe your friends wouldn't know that's you. Yeah, so with Access show, you come. You know, with Access, we realized that a lot of relationships went bad, just probably because of impatience. I will quote something from Uncle Ebo White, one of his plays. He said, "People, that is terms of divorce. People bury love alive. You know, the love is there, but ego. Sorry." And a lot of the stories that I hear, I realize that, Charlie, with a little communication, a little patience, that could have worked. The love could have been there, you know. But Makuma was raw. Wakuma was raw. And so at the end of the day, Charlie,
we throw it away.
Yeah. And people still go. I have had people who come on the show and they're like, there was a lady who said, if all exes were like her ex, there wouldn't be any exes. And that Onyanya, okay, they will come back. So I'm yet to stage a comeback for the two of them and see how that will work out.
So, like, yeah, I was coming to that. So I wanted to ask you, is your show just about having them on it to talk about their experience? Or what are you doing to, if there's a possibility to bring some back together? Have you ever thought of, rekindling?
Well, yes, we have. We have. The thing is that some of them too, you ask them. And if you watch the show, this question I almost always ask. What if the person comes back today and says, I'm sorry? Some will not even let you land. No. Some two will be like, then you know that there's that chance. But there was one lady who actually came clean and said, she came plain and said, Charlie, I wish we were back again. If he comes back today, I'll accept him. I still want him. I still need that guy in my life. Yeah, so those instances are the ones that will make the move and see if it is possible. If the other party's mind day, if the mind day, then we'll bring them together. Yes.
Are you married?
Yes, I am.
With how many kids?
So far, 4 and still counting.
Wow.
Yeah.
With one woman?
Yes, with one woman.
Do you have an ex?
I would say yes. Of course, I can't deny that fact.
How many?
How many exes? That's more like now the table has said no. I'm supposed to be the presenter for exes.
So how many?
How many? Just 2, or I think just 2. Yeah. There are not many.
Why didn't you marry any of your exes?
Why didn't I marry any of them? The very first one, She didn't like me. Yes, I would say so. It's unfortunately for her, it was after I got married that she also fell in love. But then I'd been around her for 5 years, and she still never came around, you know.
Because she didn't have money by then?
I don't know if it's about, I'm not too sure it's about money. You know, you women, you have your own reasons for doing a lot of things. So that one, I cannot fault her for it. It's her own decision. For you know, at the time she was going through a lot and she didn't need anyone to bother her. Yes.
And then the other one?
Well, the other one, it's misunderstanding. And you see, it is some of these experiences that I bring into my creation. Okay. You realize that, no, this thing probably could have worked. And some exes too, they give you troubles. And so why don't we do something around exes? Because I've had my own experience with exes, good and bad. And I'm sure a lot of people too, even on social media, so if you on any ex and nante for like 2 minutes, what will happen?
Hey.
Was it a lot of them, you know. So the other one, I don't want to dodge your question. So why I didn't marry the other one? I think that we both agreed that, hey, it wouldn't work.
Thank you for coming on the show.
Thank you for having me.
But you're still going to wrap up for us with your voice.
Okay. This is a Talkatainment show with a sweet lady, Elsie. And today, Atwakins happened to be the guest. So keep watching the show. Yes, it's a wonderful one.
We are in the season of sharing, connection, and renewal of faith. That is why Samsung is giving you the perfect gift so you can reach out to those you love. Get a brand new Samsung Galaxy A02s 64GB for 749 cedis, reduced from 799 cedis, and a brand new Samsung Galaxy A02 32GB for 499 cedis, reduced from 599 cedis.
9, oye.
Your friend me Yausapon. Me a gospel musician. Yausapon and that's more for. You knew I won't hear me. I did meet him a catcher one say, eh, Nina, yesterday. Say, ye be bought or crabia home by. A son say, accident no. A coon person ya be a wobias. Timino me no dear near Baya. Ye beat him accident is only will beat you no a crowd to quine. Next time the overtian say ye fro, uni nipa we. Waka baby, and ye be accident. Nti Mr. Minuano, Inina ye bako, name choir, ye beat me to Sanimas, Naminu me no ye beat me. So do the right thing, save a life.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
So please give us a few minutes, and then once they go live, we can. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning, and thank you for joining us here at the Ministry of Information for a quick brief this morning. And our brief this morning is to provide you and the good people of Ghana with an update on the military operation that was authorized by His Excellency the President a few days ago to remove all persons and logistics involved in mining on water bodies in Ghana, starting from the Pra River, and which operation we are informed is at a point that we can update you on today. Many of you called requesting for interviews and further details, and as we explained, the policy is not to be commenting on ongoing operations, but they are at a point now that we are able to provide some information this morning. And that's why we've invited you to join us for this brief. I want to start by introducing some of the dignitaries who are here with us this morning. And then I'll yield the podiums to two of them who do the substantive brief. With us this morning is the Honorable Kofi Amankwa Menu, Deputy Minister Designate for Defense, Member of Parliament for Echima Kwauma. Also with us this morning is the Honorable Benito Owusu-Bio, Member of Parliament for Achima Nwabija and Deputy Minister Designate for Lands and Natural Resources. With us this morning is the Minister responsible for the Interior, the Honorable Ambrose Derry, Member of Parliament for Nandom, the Minister responsible for Lands and Natural Resources, the Honorable Samuel Abdullahi Jenapo, Member of Parliament for Damango, and the Honorable Dominic Nitiwu, Member of Parliament for Bimbila, and Minister responsible for Defense. The Ministers for Defense and Lands will join me or will take over the podiums, and the Minister for Defense will first give us a brief on the military operation proper and where they are, the scope, and the update of what has been achieved so far. He would also spend some time talking about the next steps after this operation by the military, if any. The Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, who would also take over this podium, will also now speak about the bigger conversation of mining within our water bodies. You will recall that a few weeks ago, himself, the Minister for Water Resources and Sanitation, and myself, on the instructions of the President, commenced a national tour, and he made or issued some directives. And some of the exercises you are seeing currently form part of those operations. So shortly, I would invite them to the podium. I want to acknowledge as well the presence of Vice Admiral Seth Amwama, Chief of Defense Staff of the Republic of Ghana, Brigadier General A.Y. Nsia, Acting Chief of Defense Intelligence. Brigadier General Abdullahi, Director General, Joint Operations. Lieutenant Colonel Nana Dakwa, Deputy Director, Army Operations. And Wing Commander David Nkansa, Director of Air Operations. So, Honorable Minister for Defense, please join me on the right podium. Honorable Minister for Lands, please take this podium. Defense Minister, we'll start with you.
Thank you, Kojo. Thank you very much. I hope I'm audible enough. I'm okay? It's okay? Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I think I'm back here again after almost 1.5 years. Let's say 1 year. And it's always good to have an opportunity to address you, obviously addressing you through to the nation. I stand on the existing protocol by the Minister for the Information, Honorable Kojo Nkrumah, and say the friends of the media. For me, I'm glad again to be back on the orders of the President to brief the nation on the military operation currently taking place, especially in the western region on the River Pra, which the Ghana Armed Forces is currently undertaking. If you remember, or if you recall, at the opening ceremony of the National Dialogue on Small-Scale Mining on Monday, the 14th of February, at the Accra International Press Center, or Accra International Conference Center, the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces reaffirmed his commitment to clamping down on illegal mining because it's essentially destroying our future. What actions we take today will determine what future we have tomorrow. And so the President is very much aware. He had already put his political future online to fight this calamity, and he reaffirmed it, even though we faced serious problems during the electioneering campaign because of the commitment of the President to clean up what has been going on. And he said, and I quote, "We must all demonstrate that we love our land and are capable of taking care of it ourselves. The Chinese will not come and take care of Ghana. The Nigerians will not come and take care of Ghana. The Ivorians will not take care of us. It is Ghanaians who have to take care of Ghana. What is happening in Ghana is not happening in Ivory Coast, our nearest neighbor. And so it is the Ghanaians who have to take care of ourselves. If we don't have water to drink, we will not get water anywhere, and so we must protect our water bodies." Ladies and gentlemen, if you remember, in August 2017, the President launched Operation Come Life, and so a joint team of police and military moved in to stop illegal mining across the entire country, in all forms, vanguard, across the entire country. But in March 2020, after the military operations had achieved its desired objectives, it was withdrawn, leaving the police to continue with Operation Vanguard. But as the minister, my good friend, the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, has observed on his thoughts, illegal mining is on the ascendancy again, particularly in areas that they should not happen, river bodies and water and forest reserves, which he will give a policy direction, and I don't want to take the wind out of his sail. He will give that policy direction, so I will leave that. And so, His Excellency the President, after the communique that came out of the National Consultative Assembly, ordered the Ghana Armed Forces to carry out a surgical operation to flush out illegal miners, including foreigners from the country, on our river bodies and forest reserves. This operation was launched on Wednesday, the 28th of April, to remove all illegal miners and equipment from all our river bodies, especially the major ones, starting with River Pra. The operation is code-named Operation HALT. Operation HALT is not a new operation. It was launched first in 2009 to do exactly what we are doing: flush out illegal miners. We have just continued that operation in line with the President's orders. This operation is being conducted by personnel drawn from the Ghana Army, the Ghana Navy, and the Ghana Air Force. A total of 200 all ranks, with the support from the Ghana Police Service, Ghana Immigration Service, and Forestry Commission, and allied security agencies are taking part. For the armed forces, the breakdown is as follows. Army, 154 all ranks. That is officers and men, 154. For the Navy, 40 all ranks. That is the Navy officers and men. And for the Air Force, 6 all ranks. And so we have 200 strong men drawn from the Ghana Armed Forces, led by their respective CEOs. So 64 is leading the eastern flank of River Pra, and 2BN, located in Takoradi or sited in Takoradi, is leading the western flank of River Pra, and the Navy is using their boats within the river itself. And they are sweeping from the beginning of the river towards Chofu-Praso. It's a 3-day operation which will end today. In view of the nature of the terrain and the tasks involved, the troops deployed a number of logistics or equipment to carry out the troops or the tasks. This includes TCVs, troop carrying vehicles, assault boats, helicopters, and drones. We want to be very open to the public. So you will see helicopters in action, you will see drones in action, you will see troop carrying vehicles in action, you see fully armed men in action. The operation commenced at 06 hours on Wednesday, the 28th of April 2021, with simultaneous activities on the western and eastern banks of River Pra by the infantry elements, while the Navy and engineered troops conducted riverine operations on the river. The Ghana Air Force provided air cover and took aerial photographs of the operations. And by 18 hours, which is 6 p.m., when operations were halted for the day, 2 Chinese nationals were arrested at Atieku near Chofu-Praso in the central region. The Chinese, Wei Gang Ying and Wei Gang Ming, have all been handed over to the National Security for further interrogation. They will be prosecuted. Ladies and gentlemen, it is noted that since the commencement of the operation from Wednesday the 28th to Thursday 29th, the troops have destroyed a number of equipment, including 9 excavators, 127 chamfine machines, platforms associated with mining equipment, 1 fuel pump. Furthermore, the following items have been seized and will be destroyed, except items that will be used as exhibit in courts: 8x24 plate batteries, 1 pump action gun case, a generator, Huawei phone, chainsaw machine, 8 raincoats, fuel filters, non-citizen Ghana card, ID card, 2 drilling equipment, and 2 boots. This will be destroyed except equipment that the police deem necessary for their work for prosecution. Otherwise, everything on site will be destroyed. What are the future plans? Ladies and gentlemen, this operation will be conducted on all major river and forest reserves in all Galamsey endemic regions. Let me repeat. It will be conducted in all river bodies, the major river bodies, and forest reserves in all Galamsey endemic regions throughout the country to rid them of illegal mining activities. And take note of what I'm just going to say. There will be area patrols where GAF has already swept past. Armed men will be authorized to take action, immediate action, on anyone who returns to these river bodies as the patrol goes by air. So once the armed forces sweep past, we expect that nobody should return to the place. But helicopters will carry armed men to patrol the place every 3 days. And anybody found operating, again, on the areas that have been cleared, the security will be tasked to take immediate action. Whatever they say or whatever they do, we cannot communicate to you, but they will take action. So it is not in your interest to return to site. And we want this message carried out to the people of Ghana. Don't return to site. Once it is cleared, we expect the river bodies to return to normal. The task of the armed forces and the Ministry of Lands and Forestry is to ensure that River Pra is cleaned up, and we'll do everything and anything to make sure it is cleaned up for the people of Ghana to see that result, and we'll continue like that in all river bodies. Ladies and gentlemen, it is instructive to note that the level of degradation is unimaginable. Aquatic life lost completely. It's been observed that heavy equipment is being used for illegal mining activities on River Pra. Some of them have been withdrawn, hoping that will not come back and they'll bring it back. But I'm sorry, we'll always be there. But it's not a stationary force like Vanguard. Additionally, some of the illegal mining sites have been a little bit inaccessible, but the armed forces will get there. GAV was tasked to conduct operations at New Chinese were also arrested. But the recommendations that we want to give you is one, that together as stakeholders, especially the media, you should partner the security agencies, particularly the Ministry of Lands, and assist us to ensure that we succeed in what we are doing. We will get to the traditional authorities for their assistance as well. Whilst we ask all foreign partners to ensure that if their nationals are caught and prosecuted, it is for the sake of our laws and our country and our people. There is a fake video circulating around claiming that it is part of the operations. Ignore such fake things. As a country, the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources organized a bipartisan, all-inclusive, national consultative dialogue. We came out with a communique as a nation, and we are following through it. We don't want the politicization of the actions again. We've done enough politics, Galamsey politics. Videos are bound where people are doing Galamsey politics. We don't want that any longer. Let us all love this country and let us succeed. So I would call my colleague, the minister, to continue from here, whilst the technical questions about the actual operation, the military will be here to answer any technical question that you want, but he will give the policy direction as he leads this fight to ensure that we get to where we want to get to. Thank you very much.
So thank you, Minister for Defense, Minister for Interior, Minister for Information, officers of the Military High Command, our friends from the media, ladies and gentlemen. Let me first of all thank the Minister for Information for putting this press encounter together. It's very useful, and I think that it will help. And also very quickly thank the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Ghana Armed Forces, the Minister for Defense, the Minister for Interior, the Minister for National Security, and the Military High Command for the work they've actually started. I mean, I think that the work they've begun is going to help us at the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources a great deal. We are highly happy about the work they are doing. Now, I just want to bring some clarity on where we are, the issues on the table, and the framework we have put in place. We are all very familiar with the issues of illegal small-scale mining in our country. I will not go through all of that. But the president took the view that it's about time that we have a broad-based, bipartisan, national conversation about illegal small-scale mining. I think the president is very right, because anybody who is familiar with the extractive industry across the world is an industry which is almost like the cocaine industry, because in that industry we are talking about huge sums of money. So if you don't have a national consensus around it, it becomes difficult. You pull in the right direction, another part of the nation is pulling the other way, you will not make a headway. Thankfully, under the leadership of the president, we are fortunate to have organized some largely successful national consultation on illegal small-scale mining. And I believe Ghanaians were happy to see leading members of literally all the political parties in our country in attendance. I just returned from a tour in the Western region where I was accompanied by the ranking members of the National Democratic Congress in Parliament, the Honorable Rashid Pelpo and Suwini and co, and it went very well. So we've done that. The second thing we did was to examine the terrain. And the ministry came to the conclusion that there are two critical areas of the fight or of our national life which require special attention, which are our water bodies and forest reserves. Let's face it, when Ghanaians are up in arms and outraged about illegal small-scale mining, fundamentally, they are talking about the water bodies of our country, the state of our water bodies. They are talking about our forest reserves. The illegal small-scale mining which takes place everywhere else is important, and we are going to deal with that. And in fact, we are dealing with that. But the water bodies and forest reserves, we came to the well-reasoned conclusion that those are high priorities. And so measures were put in place. The first measure we took was to direct the Forestry Commission to cease the issuance of forest entry permits for purposes of mining. For those who are familiar with the processes leading to actual legal mining in forest reserves, having secured all your permits from the Minerals Commission, the EPA, and so on and so forth, you require a forest entry permit in order to mine in a forest reserve. If you are going to mine at a place which is not a forest reserve, you don't require a forest entry permit. But if it's a place which is designated as forest reserve, you have to go to the Forestry Commission for a permit in order to be able to mine. So we'll put a freeze on that, which means there cannot be further mining in forest reserves. I have to clarify that. For the enterprises or operations or companies who have already acquired mining licenses or mining leases and gotten forest entry permits and are mining and following the protocols, the environmental protocols, they have what we call accrued rights. So this instruction will not take a retroactive effect. So it will not affect them. And there are a good number of responsible large-scale, small-scale mining schemes going on in forest reserves with the right permit. But in the future, no more forest entry permits. 2, we also observed that people come up to apply for prospecting, recognizance, and or exploration licenses. And again, those who are familiar with the mining industry, those kinds of licenses are for you to go and check whether or not the concession is mineralized, whether or not you can find minerals in the concession. If you find minerals, you then will come back to the Minerals Commission to go through the processes all the way to get a mineral operating permit and a forest entry permit before you can mine. But we observe that people come, they get the license for prospecting, and then they move straight away to mine. And when they are confronted, they pull a piece of paper which says, I have a license, which is a prospecting license, or a recognizance license. In some cases, they've just put in the application. The Minerals Commission is evaluating the application, then they proceed to mine. So we've suspended all prospecting, recognizance, and or exploration in forest reserves in our country. Whether you have license or you do not have license, or your application for a license is pending, no more prospecting in forest reserves, no more recognizance in forest reserves, no more exploration. So that has also been done. The water bodies, the Water Resources Commission Act, the Minerals and Mining Act 208, Act 703, the guidelines which emanated from that and all of that, prescribes clearly that mining cannot take place 100 meters away from the bounds of a river body. So that is clear. So it's a law. And we had a bit of a discussion in the ministry as to whether or not the communique we issued should state that people cannot mine in our river bodies. But it was unnecessary because it's already outlawed. And so where we are, forest reserves and water bodies, the president has declared those red zones. So for government and for the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, forest reserves, water bodies, red zones. And that is why the Ghana Armed Forces are moving in the manner that they are. So I just want to say that there is a lot of clarity now. And the instructions which were given, we gave 7 days ultimatum for all persons engaged in these activities to suspend their activities and evacuate their equipment. So let me repeat that. We don't say suspend the activities alone. You see, having suspended the activities, if you have equipment in forest reserves for which you were deploying for the purposes of prospecting, exploration, or reconnaissance, evacuate them. So the deadline is today. At the level of the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, we have put together a monitoring and evaluation team headed by the Honorable Benito, MP from Wabieja, who is the Deputy Minister in my ministry. And that monitoring team is going to come out with a statement this afternoon. We're establishing a situation room. We are putting out telephone lines. Ghanaians can call to report that I live in Apamprama. There's a forest reserve. People are still engaged in prospecting there, or people are mining a forest reserve. The monitoring team will then alert the National Security Architecture apparatus so they can move in. In addition to that, and in accordance with the highest standards of transparency, I have here in my hand a list of prospecting recognizance licenses within forest reserves, those granted and those pending. And we have 105 of them. You have them, the particulars are name of company, name of forest reserve, location of forest reserve, municipal district, location of forest reserve region, date of forest permit, date of expiry, and all of that. I have instructed both the Minerals and Forestry Commission by close of working day, 7th May, Friday, to publish this list. So we all have it. Ghanaians will have it. Publish it, put it out in the public domain. So everybody knows the companies who are holding prospecting or recognizance licenses and those whose applications are pending. So there is abundance of transparency in what we are trying to do. I'd like to conclude on this note. And the note is that let all of us appreciate that this is a complex industry. I haven't been Minister for Lands and Natural Resources for too long, but I've been around long enough to come to the firm conclusion that this is a complex industry. I said it at the National Consultative Forum. I want to repeat it. The President's resolve alone will not be enough. My resolve alone will not be enough. The ministers, security minister, their resolve alone will not be enough. It will require a national effort. And again, anybody who has a little understanding of illegal small-scale mining, with all these measures we are putting in place, if in a community, the chief, the local government authority, DC, assembly people, unit committee people, the head of the security people there, this tripod, if these 3 people are not cooperating, all we are doing here will come to naught. So I want to conclude by calling on Ghanaians, by calling on all and sundry chiefs, opinion leaders, political parties, media, and media as well, the way we put the issues out, the way we expose people, the way we stick to the principles. The enforcement begins, and when we are getting a bit hard, before long, some video, and this paper, the soldiers have done that, the police have, that will not help. We have to be resolute on this matter. And I want to reassure the good people of this country on behalf of the president and his government that the commitment of government in this matter, particularly as they relate to water bodies and forest reserves, what we describe as the red zones, is absolutely unflinching and unequivocal. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Ministers, please.
Okay.
Honorable Ministers, grateful for the brief that you have just given us. As the Minister for Defense mentioned, if there are questions that are specific to the operation, we'll take them, and then we will have the relevant security officers join us up on the podium and respond to them. And if there are questions related to the substantive matter, we will also have the Minister and his technical officers respond to them. My understanding is that we are live on Ghana Television, we are live on the Ghana News Agency's Facebook platform, live on Joy News and a number of other television and online platforms, as well as the Ministry of Information's Facebook platform. So, can we get the microphone? So just raise your hand. It will be brought where you are, and then you can ask your question. Yes, GNA. Please make your question simple and straight to the point.
Thank you. My name is Atamen Sagodo from Ghana News Agency. I have a number of questions. I wonder how many you allow me
I'll
to
take
ask.
3, sir.
Okay.
I'll take 3. Okay. Let's go.
So the first question is, I've heard in the grapevine that 200 people were arrested just within these 3 days of this special operation. I want the team or the Minister of Defense to confirm, because he mentioned 2
So the
Chinese.
question is, how many people were arrested?
Yes.
There are rumors that 200.
Yes.
So can he confirm or give a number? Let's go to the next question.
Yes. My next question is, I've seen pictures of some machines being destroyed.
Yeah.
And I'm surprised because in the past, government said especially excavators would be used for the reclamation exercise. And so if the excavators are useful for reclamation, how come they are being destroyed at this time? I want you to explain it for me.
Yes.
Then my third question is, I want to find out how we are going to resource the various district and regional security councils, because the Minister of Lands told us that they will spearhead this exercise. And so if now government is bringing in the military to do this special operation, how is they going to resource the district and then the regional security councils to
keep the sanity that is being brought? Thank you. Yes, sir. GH1, let's take the microphone there.
Thank you very much. My name is Joshua Nana Kwame Ayra. I have 3 questions to ask if I'm allowed.
Nana, please speak up a bit so that we can hear.
So my first question would be the fact that I have worked in, done quite a number of stories from, for instance, Modaso, a community next to Denshaw Boase, and we've seen miners on the mines mining, and solely the concerns are that they don't have any alternative source of livelihood because there appears to be a sentimental attachment to some of these lands that they are operating. And so if we are going to rid them off, which we are seeing the attitudinal challenges, they are not ready to leave. The Defense Minister has made it clear that anyone that returns to these lands, the state or the government will not take responsibility for whatever that happens. What is government's plan to sustain these lives?
So are there alternative livelihood
Exactly.
plans? Yes, next
My
question,
second
sir.
question will be that we've seen a lot put in place to ensure that we overcome this canker. We've employed technology, we have used the military, we have used a joint security task force, and now there's an intensified operation again, 3 days, and we are seeing it end today. Major question is, what happened initially that we did not win this fight? And if we can be very honest, what happened that we did not see that? And what is going to change this time around with this particular approach?
So what will be different with this approach? That's a substantive question. Okay. Any difference with this approach? Yes, sir. Is that Kujajiman?
Good morning. I'm Kujajiman from City TV. My first question is that I got wind from the small-scale miners that from the red zones declared by the minister, they evacuated 200 excavators. We want clarification for that. And then we have the Minerals Commission, Water Resources, Forestry Commission under the land.
Just some clarity. These are supposed to be 200 excavators
involved
in prospecting.
Yes.
In the forest reserve.
In the forest reserves. Yeah.
Where exactly is this?
They didn't mention. Okay, Upper Wasa, Konongo, Krobo, and then Juabo areas.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Within the 3-day operation.
Okay.
My second question is that we have the Minerals Commission, Forestry Commission, Water Resources, so many agencies under the Lands Ministry. Why is the minister setting up a monitoring and evaluation desk? Is it not going to be a multiplicity of work?
So is the monitoring desk an additional layer, right? Or is it necessarily just a collaboration of the existing agencies?
Well, I believe the Forestry Commission, Minerals Commission can do these evaluations.
Yes, I understand. I'm clarifying your question that is it an additional layer you are adding, or you are just asking that they come together and monitor? So I'll let him answer that. Go ahead. Are you done, Kojo? Okay, just some clarity. This 200 excavators, just so I understand your question properly, you're saying that you are hearing rumors that the small-scale miners
they were
evacuated, if I may, just so that I understand you. The small-scale miners themselves evacuated 200 excavators.
No, it's not the small-scale miners.
Take your time. Let me put it and then you can come back. Is it that the small-scale miners themselves evacuated 200 excavators when they were given the grace period, which ends on Friday, for prospecting, correct? Or is it that as part of this operation, there are rumors that 200 excavators were
evacuated from Joabo?
When you say evacuated, you mean seized by the military?
This current operation ongoing.
Okay. Yeah. In the water bodies?
Along the water body, Joabo, Upper Wasa, Konongo, and then Krobo, and then Apaprama Forest.
We're talking about the Pra River.
Well,
but I'll let them respond.
Sure.
But this clarity is important so that somebody doesn't go around saying that excavators were taken from forest reserves. Meanwhile, what we are talking about is an operation on the Pra River. So this clarification is important.
Yeah,
so
and
I'll let them
then
clarify.
be to that. The minister also mentioned that he's going to give us a full update of the so-called missing excavators, the one parked around the Rollins.
But that's not a subject of today's briefing. Today we are discussing the military operation that has taken place and the fallouts. So, Kojo, thank you. I'll take a final one for this round. There's a hand at the back there. Let me take that one before I come this way. No, I'll take this one. I'll come to you. I'll take this one, and then I'll come to you. Is that Mr. Blay?
Yes, Joseph Akable join you.
Go ahead.
It's related to the first question, but a bit more direct. I mean, I just wanted to find out, because the figures he gave, he just said only 2 Chinese nationals have been arrested.
Yeah.
If you match it against the number of equipment that were seized,
yeah.
Is it the case that these individuals who were operating the equipment got wind of the fact that the team, they were coming in, that's how come they abandoned the equipment? Or
so
if they
were they abandoned equipment?
Exactly.
Okay.
And secondly, about the decision to destroy them, are we not putting ourselves in a situation where there could be judgment debt issues?
When you are mining in a water body which is illegal,
I'm just asking.
You are going to sue that your machine that you are using for illegal mining in the water body has been destroyed, and therefore the state should pay compensation for
I'm asking that because, I mean, in everyday
I just want to
sense,
understand.
Yes, that's the question I'm asking.
Okay.
I'm asking because in everyday sense, when you find someone engaged in an activity that is criminal, whatever it is, you don't just destroy whatever the person is found with. Thank you.
I just wanted clarity, Ms. Blade, don't worry. And then I'll take this final one, and then I'll get answers.
Yeah, good morning, Honorable Minister. My first question has to do with, there's a perception that this whole business of illegal mining is being supported by certain political actors and some big wigs or big fishes in the system. Such it makes it very difficult, like he rightly said. It is hydra-headed because it's a cartel. And so it is very difficult to... So if they get somebody in that bracket, how are they going to do that person? Are they going to, as it were, treat it as kid gloves, or they are going to do it decisively? Because if those actors are not properly brought to book, like he said, we are fighting in vain. Now, my second question, I read a story about Chinese involvement in this whole saga. And the Ghana Immigration Service told us that they come to this country for, how do you call it, a 3-month visit, and then they go out. But I know there's a town in Western region called Chinatown. I've forgotten the town. that they have settled and they do business and do all kinds of things. So how do the Chinese come in, not only Chinese, the foreign miners come in, and how do they live? And how are they monitored to make sure that we see their movement here and there? And my third question.
I'm sorry, the second one I'm a bit confused. Specific to this operation, what's the question?
I'm saying that how do these foreign nationals enter? How long are they going to stay? Who monitors them? And who monitors what they are doing or what they're not doing?
But I don't think that has to do with this specific operation. I'll disallow that question. Let's go to the next one.
Okay. My third question is, Honorable Minister, equipment for these operations coming through the borders. How do you check the arrival of this? Because some come in knockdown forms and then they rearrange and then some they chamfan and those things. How are we going to check that those things, the importation is blocked so that they cannot come into the country? Thank you.
Okay, so is there any part of this operation that deals with an effort to ensure that machines for this purpose don't come into the Ghanaian jurisdiction? Defense Minister, please. So the number of people arrested, GNA says that they are hearing rumors, and I like the way they put it, that they are hearing rumors that 200 people were arrested. You have mentioned 2. Then there are a number of other machines. So the follow-up question from Mr. Blay is that, is it that some people also abandon their machines, etc.? So if Defense Intelligence could help us clear that up.
Thank you,
Go ahead, sir.
Honorable Minister. The information that has been put out there is misleading. That is not the case. Before the operation started, there have been consultations and meetings, stakeholder consultations, and they have been warned of this operation being launched on that specific date. So before the operation was launched, a lot of people have advised themselves. And again, the operation was launched on a Wednesday. And for our information, the people who live on the Pra River have a custom that says that Wednesday they don't go to the river. So at the time of the operation, there was no local there. There were no indigenous. There were only 2 Chinese who were arrested. So that information about arrested 200 Ghanaians is never true. Thank you very much.
So this is Brigadier General A.Y. Nsia.
Yes.
Acting Chief of Defense Intelligence. So for those of you who are asking who he is.
So we wanted you to hear from the operators themselves. Only 2 Chinese were arrested, no local, so it's not a true story. Ignore it. The issue of why destroy equipment, there are just 2 questions that will answer. The rest, my brother, they are largely the questions directed to the Minister for Lands. The law already outlaws mining within the river bodies and 100 meters to each of the flanks of the river. If you do any activity there, it's an illegal activity. The President has directed that we'll clean up the river bodies. And like I said, we are not taking any equipment home. We are not seizing any equipment. No equipment to be returned home. It's not like before where you seize equipment. They would all be destroyed on site. It's as simple as that. So there is nothing like we are taking excavators, we are taking battery, nothing will come home. Everything will be destroyed at site. Take your equipment and don't go back again. It's as simple as that. And 2, I did not say that Galamsey areas, you are going to go around destroying and beating up people as, like he said. No, that's not what I said. I said that when the military sweep past a place, for example, as they are currently sweeping past River Pra and do the operations and cleanup on the river bodies and the forest reserves, there will be constant monitoring of what they have done by the Ghana Air Force with assault people on board. And so don't think that you will go back after all. This is a 3 days wonder or 9-day wonder. No, don't go back. That's all that I said. And that they have been given instructions to take action on anybody who goes back. That's all that it has to do. So there's nothing that, oh, because somebody is mining by the roadside doing this, that's not the instruction that we have. Once they sweep a place, and they are going to sweep all the major river bodies, they are going to sweep the forest reserves. When they sweep a place, and you think you will go back, you are just endangering your own well-being in this our little country called Ghana. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. What sort of support are we giving to the RegSecs and DISECs so that they can keep the sanity that is being brought to prevail in these places? I think that's one of the substantive questions. Then there's a question about, is there any difference between this operation and some of the previous attempts? Minister.
Yes, sir. RegSecs and DISECs. The president is in charge of so many of these things, and he's very mindful that they will need resources to be able to function effectively, and that obviously will come up in our planning. So I think that's exactly what I would say about it. I mean, there's a standing committee made up of the Defense, the Interior, Information, myself, and chaired by the National Security Minister to see to it that the various regional security councils are up to the task. So that will happen. The inheritance of excavators, as in my handing over matters related to excavators, at the most appropriate time, we will most definitely find an occasion like this and will update the country accordingly. The very important question from GH1, which is a big major issue about alternative livelihoods. And that's a very important component of the whole equation. If you don't pay attention to that, you run into a lot of difficulties. Because part of the problem also is not, I'm not condoning illegal mining, but part of it also is issues of survival, actually. And therefore, whilst we are sanitizing the industry, we certainly must be paying attention to alternative livelihoods. The young men should not mine in Abomosu or whatever. What should they do? So we need to think through that. We've been thinking through that. Community mining is very important to us. I didn't say this, but let me say it. The president and his government are not against mining in Ghana. We are not. On the contrary, we want to promote a viable, sustainable, small-scale mining which contributes to the economy. Ghana is the leading producer of gold today, overtaking South Africa. The contribution of small-scale mining to the gold output in our country is almost 40%. So they contribute a lot to the economy of our country. So we are not against small-scale. What we are against is the illegal mining. So community mining is important. The Minerals Commission is working out an elaborate program which will result in ramping up community mining and which will have a lot more people have the opportunity to participate in legitimate, lawful, sustainable mining, which has regard for the preservation of the environment. The licensing regime, and I'll end there because the gamut of interventions and measures that we seek to unleash to be able to create alternative livelihoods. The licensing regime is a big problem. And I always give the example which says the regime we have today, the law and the policy in place for small-scale mining today means that if my constituent from Achibonyo wants to engage in small-scale mining, he has to find his way to Tamale, put in an application, find his way to Accra to the Minerals Commission offices, find his application on my desk as Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, and have it approved before he can be said to be involved in lawful small-scale mining. So even the whole licensing regime, reviewing it, reforming it, decentralizing it, is a major part of the whole equation so that people can be involved a lot more in legitimate small-scale mining. The final question, I believe, the monitoring and evaluation desk at the ministry. Whatever we put in place in respect of mining in Ghana, the minister still has oversight. And therefore, in the best of worlds, I should even have a screen where on a touch I can tell what is happening in Apamprampa or what's happening in Abomasu or everywhere in the country. But this is not the case. So the monitoring team is essentially mandated to try and get us to be on top of the situation and be properly, have a proper grip of what is happening across the country. The resolve is absolute, very absolute. And this is not mere talk, please. In all modesty, the resolve is absolute. The president is absolutely resolved in this matter. My senior colleagues are here. They will bear me out. He said it countless times. This has no regard for political coloration. It doesn't matter your position in any political party. And by that, I mean any political party. The security agencies have gotten their instructions very clear. Even this morning, I had meetings with Forestry Commission and Minerals Commission, and I repeated it. If you go into a forest reserve and it's anybody who has an operation there, it doesn't matter his status in society or his political coloration, flush the person out. So you can be rest assured on that one. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll take a second and final batch of questions, but I want to respond specifically to the question of judgment debt. We are convinced that no court will give judgment debts to an illegal miner on a water body. An illegal miner on a water body whose machines have been destroyed. We are fortified in our view that no court will grant such person a judgment debt. We'll take a final batch of questions. If there are no new persons, then I'll go to some of the persons who raised questions earlier, because they have outstanding questions. Abednego, if you have a question, the time is now. He's one of our very profound last-minute questioners. Abednego, then I saw a gentleman in brown. Yes, Abednego from Adom FM, correct?
Yeah.
So I'll take the gentleman in brown, and then I'll go back to Kojo Ajiman and then to GNA to do their follow-ups, and then we'll wrap up. Yes, sir.
Yeah, Honorable. You're from Abednego Asante. We are Adom FM. Honorable, previous operations, in your report, we say some of the officials are government deploy on site, it could agree with these illegal miners. So operation way, Minister Betima assure say, Omubaye man pepe set tax na dem omuko could agree with yes miners. After so if foreign national sell mobile, Ombanama Vesegana, no moko. Uko mukro kodi boni a emra no di pepe nti omo a ya chi omu ana so operation we oba assure say obi am ye be chi no emra ne be di pepe ye nya ne mane nko a obefa ne ho di. Thank you.
Thank you. Gentleman in brown, please identify yourself, sir.
I'm Samuel Apia, Ghana Peace Journal. The Honorable Minister for Lands and Natural Resources said like some lands has been given to some large and small-scale miners in our forests.
Rights.
Yes. And he said in future, these lands will not be given to them. But I want to know, when is that future coming? Because still they are still mining, and if they don't take care, our forestation will tend to deforestation. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. So I think you need to clarify the concept of accrued rights from those who are seeking to get new permits. So, Kojo, I'll let you wrap up, and then I'll come to GNA to wrap up. Yeah.
So my name is Kojo Ajiman, City TV. When we were in Takwa, the University of Mines and Technology said they've come up with a water clearing technology that will work, or that will clear the Pra and the Ankobra and the other polluted water. What is the ministry doing about this good news that we are hearing from the UMAT? Thank you.
UMAT says they have some technology that can clean the water bodies. Will you be willing to consider it? GNA, final word.
My question on the excavators being destroyed, I wanted to find out whether, wouldn't it be useful for them to use it for reclamation of the lands rather than destroying? I want the minister to
policy.
clarify.
I think it's been very clear. The policy decision is no. If your machine is found there, it will be destroyed.
Okay,
that's a policy
come to
decision.
My substantive question. Yes, on Minister of Lands on April 22 issued a statement that those who are holding recognizance and prospecting license, with or without legal authorization, should stop the prospecting on forest reserves. Now, he said on May 7th, they are going to publish the names of companies that are holding such licenses. I want clarification whether after publication, these companies will be allowed to go and continue their work. Okay,
so to reconcile those positions, I'll give you a very, very final word.
It's actually supposed to be a follow-up.
Initial
question, no, actually a question that I asked on the approach and as to why it appeared the first attempt to clamp down on the illegal mining government failed. So what's the new approach? I didn't get that response.
Well, I think if you look at I don't seek to answer for them, but if you look at the two approaches, they are very different. The first approach, you had soldiers and security persons embedded in the forest reserves and in these communities, and you yourselves are reporting that there were reports of some of them, getting in conniving activities and getting corrupted. You have heard a new approach that clearly says that this is a 3-day operation to clean. Nobody's going to stay there. Everybody's withdrawing after these 3 days. There are going to be regular patrols of armed soldiers, and if you or your equipment are found there, you would have yourself to blame. I think the two approaches are very different, and in between the two, you find the lessons that have been learnt, and the new approach is hoped or expected to deliver results. And also, I think as has been mentioned, the regional security councils and the district security councils have now been put in charge of ensuring that those who have been cleared don't return. And if they require any logistical support, they can always escalate to get some logistical support so to do. So this is a very different approach from the first one. I think the lessons are clear. Yes, Minister, so I'll let you come up.
I think that we should applaud the president for the courage to continue this fight, especially with what happened during the elections. You should applaud him to still have the nerve and the courage to say, no, I'm resolved that I must leave a very good environment for my people. I want to leave clean water bodies for my people. I want to allow aquatic life to return, and I want to allow lands that are good enough to take our cocoa and take our crops. You don't want your lands to be destroyed by mercury. You don't want your lands, your fertilizer, your tomatoes. You don't want your cocoa. You don't want to be banned by outsiders. So we should applaud the president. And if the president had not taken the decision in 2017 to do what he did, I don't think we would have been having the Ghana we have today. So lessons have been learned, and that is why this new approach is being taken. It's a 3-day surgical operation. The military says we'll do surgical operations, and after that we'll do follow-ups. So there are two different approaches. It's a surgical operation, and after that they will do follow-ups. And the follow-ups are not static teams that will be staying with anybody for you to even to have access to them. You cannot have access to them now. Nobody, no Ghanaian, no foreigner can have access to talk to anybody. They are operating and they are moving in groups, and they are moving. And those who are going to do the follow-ups, you will not even have access to talk to them to be able to influence anybody. So that's all I want to tell you. But for the officials, the issue of officials concerned with illegality, like I've said, that is exactly the point. I can assure you that those allegations which we always said that for us, if we get any security agency, if we get if we get any security personnel, or even a minister, or anybody that we know and have evidence, the president will prosecute that person. I'm very clear in my mind about that one. Even me as defense minister, if the president has evidence that I am engaged in illegal mining, I'm colluding with illegal miners, or I am encouraging them, even by what I do, the president will not hesitate to remove me and prosecute me. Because our own lives, our entire life as a nation depends on what we are doing now. If you see River Pra, if anybody were to see River Pra today, so we for Ghana. Because a few individuals want to make money. If you see River Pra, where fish cannot more survive, where aquatic life cannot survive in that river, you will for this nation. So I'm clear in my mind that what we are doing, we need the support of everybody. And that's why I think that people who are taking fake videos and trying to incite the public against the soldiers for what they are doing should stop. It doesn't help anybody. There was a consultative meeting. We all came to an agreement that, look, as Ghanaians, we should fight this fight together. We don't want one political party to stand here and say we are against, we are for. We don't want that any longer. Let us all move as a nation and get to where we are getting. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Minister for Lands, if you can wrap up on the question of accrued rights, would you be willing to consider the proposed solution that UMAT has? And then Can we reconcile the April 22nd and May 7th comments?
Reconcile what?
Reconcile the comments of April 22nd and May 7th about who can be in the forest and who cannot be.
Okay. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. The questions are very useful. I'm very grateful for them because clarity is important. And I'll try to recast the instructions again. The directive to stop or suspend prospecting, recognizance, and or exploration takes effect today. It takes effect today. The directive, I signed it on 21st of April and said 7 days after publication, all companies, individuals, entities should stop. Now, the directives were published on 23rd. So if you do the counting, the directive takes effect today. So in other words, as from today, you cannot prospect in forest reserve. You cannot explore in forest reserve. You cannot engage in recognizance in forest reserve. The additional measure which I just announced here is really in accordance with the dictates of transparency, which is that the Minerals Commission and the Forestry Commission, who are the repository of the records of mineral activities in the forest reserve, are to publish the list of companies who hold prospecting or recognizance licenses and or who have the application pending. So it's just for transparency purposes. It's not as though the instruction will take effect on 7th May. They need some time to piece it together, which is why I gave them up to 7th May. So that on 7th May, they will publish it to the whole country. So a journalist can follow through and say, Mr. Minister, the company A, which has a prospecting line, is still prospecting in this forest reserve. So we can enforce the rules properly. But the question about when the directives take effect, they take effect today. Accrued rights. And there too I have to explain. Generally, you don't enact laws, you don't give a directive to take retroactive effect. That is quite unconscionable. Secondly, though there are companies who acquired the law doesn't debar mining in forest reserves. Let's understand that. Our laws in Ghana permit mining in particular circumstances for mining to take place in forest reserves, which is why you require the forest entry permit. The environmental protocols are more stringent. You post a bond, an environmental bond, and so on and so forth. There are companies who have had mining licenses, forest entry permits to mine in forest reserves as far back as 1930. Ghana Bauxite Company Limited has been mining in forest reserve as far back as 1930. So, I mean, that kind of company, you can't say because you've given an instruction for prospecting to cease, you are going to stop that company. And in any event, the instruction relating to the forest entry permit is prospective. Let me put it that way. It's into the future. So they can't give any more. Those they have given will hold, naturally. Those are accrued rights. They've acquired the rights already. They've gone through the motions. And there are other companies. I don't want to mention the names of those companies. So that is the clarification I want to bring to bear. In all of this also, we recognize that as a mining country with expected investment, genuine investment for prospecting and exploration, so there are those who will genuinely be interested in engaging in prospecting, which will have no adverse impact on the environment. We have given a window that in those exceptional circumstances, the Minister for Lands, in writing, can give them an exemption. But I emphasize the word writing, so that the exercise of my discretion can also be scrutinized. And to say, Minister, the discretion or the exemption you've given is unreasonable, is going to affect the environment, and so on and so forth. The Ghana Integrated Aluminium Development Corporation, which is a major undertaking by the government and people of Ghana, they are engaged in prospecting in the Tiwa forest and other places, which are not prospecting, which affects the environment. So in a case like that, we'll have to look at it. So these are the issues, and I thought it's important that we clarify them. UMAT. I visited UMAT 2 days ago. I met the Vice Chancellor. He put this matter before me. I'm very interested in it. I've designated one of my deputy ministers to engage them in detail, and let's find out what can be done. I am more interested, first of all, for us to establish the science, because there's been a school of thought which says that even when you clear the miners off the river, it takes you literally a long period of time before the river can correct itself. You know, some people are saying it will take you 10 years before you can find fish in the river bodies and so on and so forth. I'm not a scientist, so I'm yet to be educated on that. Secondly, there is also the school of thought which says you can deploy organic solution, which is that you don't use chemicals, but they have organic solutions which will help the river bodies to correct itself faster. That kind of conversation will have to be had between my ministry, the Ministry of Sanitation and Water Resources, the Ministry of Environment. But early days yet, the professor is indicated they have a solution. We'll be very happy to evaluate that. But for my purposes, I think we should clear the illegal small-scale miners off our environment first, and then we can begin to think of how to reclaim our water bodies. Minister, is that it?
That is it, sir. Thank you very much. Vice Admiral Seth Amuama, Chief of Defense Staff, Brigadier General A.Y. Nsia, Acting Chief of Defense Intelligence, Brigadier General Abdullahi, Director General Joint Operations, Lieutenant Colonel Nana Dakwa, Deputy Director Army Operations, Wing Commander David Nkansa, Director Air Operations, the Honorable Kofi Amankwa Menu, Deputy Minister Designate for Defense, the Honorable Benito Usubiu, Deputy Minister Designate for Lands and Natural Resources, the Honorable Samuel Abu Jinapo, Minister, Lands and Natural Resources, the Honorable Ambrose Derry, Minister for the Interior, the Honorable Dominic Nitiwu, Minister for Defense. Our colleagues from the media, we want to thank you that you've made time this Friday morning. Please help us get the word across to all stakeholders. The President's resolve is clear. His ministers and the security chiefs have acted upon it, and any person who returns to these water bodies will have themselves to blame. Thank you. Wish you all the best.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you are funny face.
It's not my brother.
Funny face.
I don't know him.
You don't know funny face.
It's not my brother.
You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
Hi, my name is Nanama McBrown. I'm proud to be part of GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign. Please, do the right thing. Save a life. Brim.
Between January and February this year, over 500 Ghanaians have been killed in road accidents alone. This tells you the gravity of the problem regarding safety on our roads. As part of GhanaWeb's Road Safety Campaign, we are here to speak with the Director in charge of Education, Research and Training at the Motor Traffic and Transport Department under the Ghana Police Service. He's in the person of Superintendent Alexander Obeng. Mr. Obeng, thank you for speaking with us and for this entire partnership. But basically tell us, what at all does the MTTD do? What's the institution about?
All right. Thank you for the opportunity that has been established so strong between GhanaWeb as part of your 22-year anniversary in existence and Motor Traffic and Transport Department of Ghana Police Service, which has been here since 1952 as a result of the road safety problem that our forebears envisaged in terms of vehicle ownership, vehicle use by motorists and vehicle occupants and pedestrians, which enjoin every country, including the then Gokos and now Ghana, to come out with countermeasures, including safer road safety management systems, safer roads, safer vehicles, safer road users, and come up with certain health care measures and some sort of enforcement, which always results in passing of road traffic laws and regulations, which was done. And when that law was passed in 1952, Road Traffic Ordinance number 55. It imposed a public health and public safety responsibilities on Ghana, and the then administration handed same to the Interior Ministry and to the Ghana Police Force now service to collaborate with other stakeholders, now even with GhanaWeb, among other myriad of stakeholders, including National Road Safety Authority, the then Road Safety Committee, now Driver and Vehicle Licensing Authority, then VELD, among others, in order to ensure that public health and safety measures are improved upon, so that there will be maximized mobility with less risk of injury or death. Sure. And over time, we've been able to evolve from 1952 with the clear mandate to ensure that we enforce the road laws, ensure that vehicle owners are forthcoming with their responsibility towards vehicle maintenance and servicing and who to give to. We enforce to ensure that those who are handed with vehicles ensure that their vehicles are registered, their vehicles are given licenses to be on the road, like roadworthy, and they are also issued with valid insurance certificates and are embossed with vehicle registration numbers, and the drivers are trained and issued with appropriate, valid, authentic driver licenses, and we are out there to ensure that drivers comply with the best practice in terms of using their licenses to drive.
Welcome to today's edition of BizTech on GhanaWeb TV with me, Ernestina Sewa Asante. I'm here to serve you an interview my colleague Desmond Frimpong had with an entrepreneur, as well as some stories that made headlines this week. As we all know, agriculture is the backbone of the Ghanaian economy. Due to this, business moguls are innovating apps to help boost the local economy. My colleague Desmond Frimpong had an interaction with an entrepreneur who has created an app called Complete Farmer. This app is to help farmers. This app is to help people in the diaspora to farm remotely. Do enjoy this conversation.
Agriculture is indeed the backbone of the Ghanaian economy, and it engages quite a chunk population in the country. Today we're going to talk about agric. Maybe you're surprised to see me talk about agric and still sitting in an office space surrounded by digital tools. Yes, we're talking about online farming, digital farming. And today in this episode of BizTech, we have Desmond Kone, the CEO of Complete Farmer, to explore the world of online farming. I have here with me the CEO of Complete Farmer, Desmond Kone. Desmond, welcome to BizTech.
Thank you very much, and thanks for the opportunity.
I'm really also grateful to have you because the communication was very short time and you're still able to make time for us. The first time I heard Complete Farmer, I was surprised to read about it, especially the content. Like, what are these guys up to? This is mind-blowing. Are you able to tell us something very small about Complete Farmer?
So, Complete Farmer started, I think, about 3 years ago, in 2017. So we're in the fourth year now. And the whole purpose of Complete Farmer was to kind of build, so my background is in mechanical engineering. So I kind of wanted to build a farm that will work like a factory. And the more we stayed on the problem, the more we gained clarity to what the solution should be. So Complete Farmer is a digital platform that's basically creating an end-to-end agricultural value chain process in the digital space. And what this means is that buyers of agricultural commodities anywhere in the world are able to procure or build a supply chain for their agricultural commodities here in Ghana and in some parts of Africa as well. And individuals who are interested in farming are able to farm on the platform and sell their commodities to these buyers at the end. And so we had to build like a agriculture system, basically. And the reason why we decided to digitize this is to make it more streamlined and more efficient. So on our platform, buyers get exactly the commodities they are looking for. They get the quality they are looking for, the certifications, the quality control on the platform. And users anywhere in the world are able to set up a farm, get a farm manager to manage their farms, and at the end sell the commodities to an actual buyer who pays them for their farm produce. So that's what Complete Farmer is about. Yeah.
Oh, I really like the summary, but it looks like we are jumping the gun. I'm getting almost everything about Complete Farm. within a short space. I'm very interested to know how this whole thing started. You know, there are other opportunities that people will be looking at. How did it even happen for you to even think there's a loop in the digital space when it comes to farming?
Yeah, so I think back in KNUST, as a mechanic, after school, I was a TA in the mechanical engineering department. I think my whole education background was trying to move away from farming. It wasn't something I found appealing. My dad that's because he was a smallholder pineapple farmer, and when you see your parents go through what they have to go through as a farmer, you don't want to become a farmer. You want to aspire for something else. And so it's interesting how I found my way back into agriculture now, even from an engineering background. But I think that gave me like the unique perspective of how to solve different problems. And I think the reason why I ended up in agriculture was because it was something I've been thinking about. How do you perfect a food system? Because my dad passed away, and then I inherited his farm. And within 2 years, this farm collapsed. And this was a farm that he's farmed for over 15 years. And so that kind of weighed on me, and then I decided, okay, what could I have done better? And so having that first-hand experience into what the problems were in the agriculture value chain, how farmers struggle to get quality inputs on their field, how difficult it is for farmers to access markets, access financing, and you see all the hard work these farmers put in, one would think there has to be a better way, right? And so I think that's what really motivated me to focus on the problem and see how I can use my mechanical engineering approach or production engineering methodologies to kind of design a value chain that makes it very competitive for all the stakeholders to engage on. And yeah, that's how Complete Farmer started, really.
Talking about starting, you know, sometimes when it's starting anything at all in life, it's quite challenging sometimes. What was your story?
I think I woke up one morning on KNUST campus. I'm like, no, I have to do something about that. And the weekend after that got to me, I just came back to Accra. I told my parents this was what I was going to do. Then the idea hadn't formed. People thought I was crazy. You had first class in mechanical engineering. Why are you not going to the job market as well? Why are you not even applying for a master's and stuff like that? But I think I just think for me, I just saw something better. And I think when I realized this problem, it was something I really knew I could solve. And it was a big challenge. It is a big challenge, yeah. But it was something that was very exciting to jump on. And it made a lot of meaning as well. It made a lot of meaning from my dad's involvement to me coming in with tech. It made a lot of meaning to me to start this journey.
You were handed over a farm that you literally collapsed. Like, farm that was over years, it was handed down to you, and then you literally collapsed it. So I'm just wondering, I don't know, probably when you're starting, you didn't really need any capital at all.
A combination of things, right? So I think we joined a pitch competition, got into the meltwater incubator. That was what really made it serious for us. After we got into the incubator, meltwater incubator had a lot of like KPIs. You need to meet these KPIs. And so it became a serious thing. It wasn't like a lifestyle anymore. And I think that's one of the good things that helped us. So I think meltwater was very fantastic to give us that seed capital I think that initial capital really didn't build much in terms of infrastructure, but it sort of started giving us the mindset that this is a business. Because once you take investments and you know that you have to be accountable to people, it makes you take it very serious as well. And I think that was the best. I think that starting investment was very critical for us to start this as well.
One interesting thing I always like about people doing business for themselves or entrepreneurs is the fact that, well, job is quite scarce out there, and they are able to do something for themselves and also get other people involved. Are you able to tell us how many hands are involved in Complete Farmer?
Wow. So directly, I think now the team size is 32. We have a team of marketing professionals, developers, agronomists and farm managers. And then indirectly, we work with a lot of farmers in Ghana. Currently, we have farms in the northern regions. We have farms in the Front Plains as well. And we have about 2,000 farmers on the platform that we are able to connect their produce to markets as well. So I think, yeah, it's been Agric is a big employer as well. And I think what we are beginning to see is that we are also starting like training programs where youth can be able to take training in how to operate in tractors and giving people farm management training to be able to manage commercial farms, not even small farms as well. So those are some of the employment opportunities that are available in Complete Farmer currently. Okay. And then we also have like a very active internship program. Well, I think from because I grew up in Ghana and I schooled in Ghana, I think what is lacking is that practical experience for most students. So I think in terms of interns, we have about 7 or 8 interns, and these are people that we are training them in developing products, in digital marketing, and we hope to keep them once they are done with those trainings as well.
Right, so online farming, digital farming. What are these farms? Are they online? Are you growing crops online?
So online farming, it's a way for anyone anywhere in the world to actually own a farm. So what we've done is we've built the technology and the infrastructure for you to be able to show someone a farm on your phone. So basically, these are actual farms on the ground where these farms have been assigned a professionally trained agronomist to manage the farm. So people can buy a farm, you can set up the number of acres, determine what you want to grow on the platform. Once this setup is done, you get an actual farm. So we have satellite imagery that will let you know what is going on your farm in real time on your phone. We also give you updates with pictures. You're able to take a farm tour on your phone as well. Exactly, a virtual farm tour on your phone as well. And then you get updates of whatever the farmer is doing. So how they are applying their fertilizers, how much they are spending, all those things. So basically, it's a way for anyone at all to get into farming without really getting their hands dirty, so to speak. So that's basically the concept of online farming, yeah.
Well, interesting conversation right there, but sometimes talk can be very much boring. We're going to go for a quick break, and right after that break, Desmond is going to tell us how to farm online.
Hi, my name is Nanama McBrown. I'm proud to be part of GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign. Please, do the right thing. Save a life. Brim.
Now, welcome back to our interview with the CEO of Complete Farmer, Desmond Kone. He's going to talk to us about how to get involved, how to make sure that we are also able to farm online. Desmond, how do we get started? We don't know.
So I think, so you just go to completefarmer.com, one word, completefarmer.com, sign up and create an account. Once you create an account, you have access to the farm dashboard. Now on the farm dashboard, you'll see a list of crops that are available for growing. Now, whatever crop you see on the platform, it means that we've already secured buyers for it. So these are crops that buyers are looking to buy on the platform. The crop comes in different bundles, so you can select which crop bundle you want to grow, and then you set up your farm as well on the platform. Once you set up your farm, you can then start monitoring your farming activities and getting reports on what's going on the farm. Now, at the end of the farming process, so after harvest of these commodities, you get to go to a marketplace, identify buyers who are in high demand of the commodity.
Hold on for me, because it looks like you are talking to me just like how to sign up for Facebook. There's no actually fee attracted and all that. I get to sign up for free, but I'm sure the farms are not for free.
No. So basically, what the farms are cost per acre. So based on the number of acres you want to farm, you're at liberty to farm any number of acres you want. It's between $350 to $700 per acre of farms, depending on the crop as well. So you can decide the number you want to do. Now the interesting thing is you can also come together with your friend to own a farm, or even your year group. So you can come together and say, okay, we want to do 5 acres, and then you split the cost. And it's more of a social thing. So you and your friends get to farm together. And at the end of the day, we call that the cooperative. So just as in real life, farmers form cooperatives, you could also form cooperatives with your friend on the platform, share updates and see what is going on. And then at the end of the harvest, you get to then select a buyer on the platform who is willing to buy this commodity that your farm has produced. The whole platform, everything is, all the data on the platform is on the blockchain, which means everything is verified. Buyers trust that buyers are able to trust what they are getting. You are able to trust what your yield on your farm is as well. And this is done through like lots of audits. We work with SGS that will be able to tell you how much your farm produced, how much the buyer is willing to pay for your commodity, and then you select which buyer to pay to on the platform as well.
So then it's basically farming for business. What if I want to keep my produce?
So if you want to keep your produce, then you would have to sign up as a buyer. So buyers as well, anyone at all who needs agricultural produce can sign up on the platform as a buyer and place an order, what type of produce you need, what is the quality specifications that you want for your produce, and what's the delivery schedule that you are looking to get your commodities. So if you are someone who is starting, let's say you are starting a small factory, or you want to start some business and you need some volumes of commodities, you don't want to go into the market and compete with others and have to deal with middlemen. You can get an exclusive farms that is grown by people for your exclusive supply. So buyers are also able to do that. So anyone at all can also be a buyer on the platform.
Am I likely to see livestock farming if I go to Complete Farmer?
Currently, we've not entered into livestock farming.
So as a buyer, what are some of the risks that I'm likely to face? Because we live in Ghana, we know the weather conditions in Ghana. So in a situation where my crops do not do well, what is in for me?
Okay. So all the farms we farm on the platform we are insured by GhanaWeb, the Ghana Agricultural Insurance Pool. And so if there is a case of loss due to natural circumstances, GhanaWeb is able to pay you, I think, up to 80% of whatever you invested. So we've kind of mitigated the risk of going into agriculture to 20% as well. But the more we work together with GhanaWeb, the more we are able to get enough data to provide a more comprehensive insurance package for users on the platform.
What has been the response rate? Has been the, more like the response rate? Are people really patronizing this?
So we've had a lot of success, especially in Europe and in Asia, than in Africa and Ghana. So on the platform, I think Complete Farmer serves an international market more than the local market. But it's something that also brings in a lot of foreign exchange, which is good for the country. But now we are trying to incentivize local participation on the platform as well.
It's a tech company, and how friendly is the sign up? Probably I may not be a tech savvy. How do I even get around joining Complete Farmer?
Well, the sign up has been made, the whole experience has been made very easy. We've done a lot of research into user experience on the platform, because the initial challenge for us was how do we make people understand, how do you get someone to have the farming experience on their phone? And we've done a lot of user research into that to design this product. The sign up is very easy. It's just like signing up to Facebook or creating an email account. So I think anyone who is vested or knows about these processes should be able to navigate their way to sign up and start farming on the platform.
One other challenge that I think I can identify the fact that you're online based, so then, and you're getting people from Europe, Asia, and all over. Yeah. Payment will most often will take place online, Visa cards and things like that. Then I'm tempted to say that your business is probably not for here, because a lot of people here would want to do physical cash, probably mobile money and things like that. You know, virtual payment penetration is really not a big thing here. How is that not supposed to be a challenge?
No, so on the platform, people can also do simple bank transfers as well on the platform. So you can get like the payment instruction on the platform, make a bank transfer, and a sales person will get back to you and take you through the process as well. So I think that was one of the biggest problems we were facing earlier with payments. But we've also integrated with some platforms like TransferWise. So users are able to send us funds through TransferWise to purchase their farms as well.
What are some of the exciting stories that your customers have shared with you?
I think we've had great customers from the beginning. Most of what we've built currently is based on customer feedback. They keep asking, like, and we do a very good job at being very close with our customers. So our customers, I have some of them on my contact list. They can call and say, Desmond, I want to be able to see that my commodity is moving from the farm to the port. You see, and those are like interesting feedback, and we've been able to actually build this such that when your commodity is moving, you are able to know and track wherever it's gotten to in your supply chain. We've gotten customers that have asked, can I come to my farm? And we've had farm tours where we invited users to come see what's going on the farm, which was a very lovely experience as well. And because of that, we had to build a virtual farm tour to give people who couldn't afford it the opportunity to also see their farms on the platform as well. So most of the features have been based on like customer feedback as well. People ask, like my wife and I, can we own a farm together? And that's why we brought in the cooperative feature where, because I think Complete Farmer, unlike other solutions, we didn't have like, someone can say I'm building a delivery app or I'm building a ride sharing app. With Complete Farmer, it wasn't something that definite. All we knew was this is the problem. Now, how to solve the problem was something that we kept learning along the journey. So most of our users have been very, very, very instrumental in determining most of how these features work.
Okay. So, but before I go, why are you so convinced that online farming is the future?
I think if you look at the world where we live in, and really, food is going to always be a constant for us. But we are living in a world where our farmers are aging. Our youth are more active on social media channels than in the physical world. So I really believe this is something that's going to catch on. This is a way to still make sure there's continuity in farming, and the technologies now make it very easy to do so. We live in a world where farming is not hoe and cutlass. In fact, we've managed over 10,000 acres of farms, and we've never used a hoe or cutlass on any of those farms. You're able to use drones to spray your crops. You're able to use satellite to monitor your field. You're able to have like tractors do most of the work, build your own solutions as well. So it's kind of cool, and we want people to see this. And I think this is something that the youth especially would jump on to rebrand agriculture and how it's seen. So I'm really bullish about farming online, and I think the future, what we want to do is, like, most people ask me, what is this about? I tell people it's building an Amazon for farming in Africa, basically. So that's what we want to do in the next 5 years to come.
Thank you so much for talking to us. This is where we end today's interview. I wish I could go on and on and on. Basically, you could own a farm regardless of where you find yourself in the world. All you need is to go up there, sign up a Complete Farmer, and buy the crops you want to grow, and that's all. You make the payments and farming is done for you virtually. It's been a pleasure coming your way with another edition of BizTech on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Desmond Frimpong. Bye-bye for now.
That was Desmond Frimpong with the CEO of Complete Pharma. Let's move to our friend in the tech world, Jefferson, to give us some tech bits for today.
Hello there, my name is Jefferson Seneja from After Music. This week on Tech Bits, we're going to continue with our iPhone series. And today we're going to look at an easy way to get something done on iPhone. Let's get on to it. So in today's iPhone lesson, I want us to discuss, I know there are some iPhones out there that have low battery quality, and there are so many ways of actually improving that. Now, normally you can easily just swipe up and drop down close items in the background, but there's another way you can actually try and improve your battery quality. As we just go back to settings, and in settings we go all the way to general, and in general there is a function, menu item called app refresh. That's background app refresh, and the background app refresh gives you all the apps you have, and the best thing is that you can go through them and turn some of them off when they're in the background, meaning that it allows the app to refresh their content when it's on Wi-Fi and on mobile data in the background. Turning off these might actually prevent the battery running down and preserve your battery for a long time. So these are really, really good. So you can go on and say, okay, fine, I'm going to turn some of these off, and say, okay, Messenger be off. So meaning that when you don't have Wi-Fi, it doesn't seek. So some of these apps, once you request them, even though you're not running them and it's in the background, it's constantly seeking the internet connection, which runs down your battery. So this is a very, very good tool to have. That's settings, general, background, app refresh. So that's it for this week. Thank you so much for your time. I'll see you again next time. Bye for now.
Up next is Biz Headlines. To our very first story, the Chief Executive Officer of Millennium Development Authority, Martin Essen Benjamin, has disclosed that the Kaswa-Bog supply point is scheduled to be completed in the third quarter of 2021. The Middle Boss made this statement at the Kaswa-Bog supply point station on April 27, 2021. Addressing the press conference at Kaswa BSP, Mr. Essen Benjamin said the project, which costs $50 million USD, is expected to be completed in August 2021.
This is a very timely intervention, and I do believe that when we finish and Ghanaians understand us, the money that we receive for the Americans is being put to good use. This is 450, and then the one in Pocas is 60 million. I believe that they've said two things to you. First, at the end of May, we would have commissioned the Pocas one. By the end of August, this also should have been completed. So that the commissioning would have, or I mean, I say completed, the process of commissioning, because it takes a bit of time. But inaugurating it can be at any other time.
Based on your... The advent of technology has birthed the development of a small-scale Gari production machine by an unknown Chinese company. Traditionally, the Gari processing company often requires the cassava to be dried. Traditionally, the processing of Gari often requires the cassava to be peeled and grated, but this Chinese company, through its invention, has made its own peeler and grater for Gari processing. In a video cited by GhanaWeb, the invention of the machine is expected to reduce the burden of manual labor associated with dry edible granules and increase productivity. To provide further insights on the specially designed machine, the lady in the video highlights the various production lines of which the gari processing will undergo. Gari also offers starch, which is obtained through mash fermentation and dewatering processes with the help of the hydraulic press.
Local market. After frying is finished, you can use this handle to easily take out gari. Then the last step is sieving. To get high quality gari, vibration sieve machine will be used to separate crude fibers and large gari particles. Here is the feeding pot of gari, and from the bottom outlet we can get the high quality gari with uniform fineness, which can be packed and sold to the market. That's all for the brief introduction of gari production line at small scale. Thank you for watching.
The Sector Minister for Railways Development, John Peter Amehu, has disclosed that the Accra-Isawam rail line will soon be reopened to traders and passengers. The development, according to him, comes following the completion of refurbishment works to improve traffic congestion on the road network along the route that was previously caused by deteriorating lines and land erosion. According to him, the route was closed down after the COVID-19 restrictions were announced last year, but government intends to open it up soon and also link it to the Western Rail Line. The minister, however, has recently given the assurance that government is committed to reviving the country's once vibrant railway industry. He points that the Akufo-Addo administration has in the past 4 years injected enough resources in terms of expenditure, which has been far better than 16 years of previous government's expenditure. During an earlier inspection exercise of works on the Tema Impakadan railway line, Peter Amehu told journalists that government will continue to inject key investment into the sector. He said the railway sector has been left in a state that nobody can talk about, so this government's agenda is to revamp it quickly. What this government has done within these 4 years in terms of the expenditure combined is far more than 16 years in the previous government's expenditure combined. Tax expert Dr. Ali Nakia has advised the government to push the computation of the 5% levy on profits before tax on banks from the second quarter onwards. According to him, the financial sector recovery levy will have severe implications on the sector, hence the appeal. Speaking at a program organized by the Ghana Integrity Initiative on the implications of the tax policy per 2021 budget on businesses in the face of the COVID-19 pandemic, that Dr. Nakia appealed to the government to consider the appeal of moving the implementation of the levy forward. He said, because we have only 8 months remaining, we have 8 months, and we are even rolling out these taxes next 2 weeks, that is in May. President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo has on Wednesday, April 28, launched the presidential film pitch series, a US $25 million initiative aimed at providing support for entrepreneurs in the country's movie industry. Under the project, 25 feature films, short films, series, and documentaries by local filmmakers have been selected for investment.
Fellow Ghanaians, government through the Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture and the National Film Authority has brought together Ghanaian film producers on one hand and investors, distributors, and marketers on the other, to make deals to the tune of 25 million United States dollars. This investment, which has already been secured, would go a long way to strengthen the local film ecosystem. The selected films have to meet stringent criteria, which include innovation, feasibility, impactfulness, and scalability. The project is expected to generate 6,000 jobs for Ghanaians, which is in line with government's job creation agenda. Fellow Ghanaians,
the Public Interest and Accountability Committee has expressed concern over an amount of $843 million owed Ghana National Gas Company by the power utilities, lamenting that the situation denies the Ghana Petroleum funds of much needed money for investment and development. GNCC, the nation's premier midstream gas business company, processes and sells gas to power producers and industries by PIAC, in its 2020 annual report said at the close of last year, $843 million was owed to the state-owned company by power utilities for gas supplied. The committee's report described the power sector indebtedness as being too high despite implementation of the cash waterfall mechanism, which, among other things, seeks to clear power sector-related debt. Although GNGC has received payments through the mechanism, it noted that its indebtedness continues to be high because the payment from CWM, which is supposed to pay for Volta River Authority's debt to Ghana Gas, is small. According to him, for us, PIAC revenues from raw gas are to be paid into the Ghana Petroleum funds, and if the monies are not paid, it means that the funds are denied these revenues. That's all for today on BizTech on GhanaWeb TV. You can follow us on www.ghanaweb.com for more stories. Log on to our social media handles, Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram at the GhanaWeb. You can follow us on YouTube, GhanaWeb TV. I am Ernestina Sewa Asante. Have a lovely weekend.
powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you're denying funny face.
It's not my brother.
Today you're denying funny face.
I don't know him.
You don't know funny face.
It's not my brother.
You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
Mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
I, Assistant Divisional Officer Grade 1, Ezra Mingle, in charge of rescue in the Ghana National Fire Service, endorse the GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign. Now, whenever an accident occurs, please remember to call the Ghana National Fire Service on the short code 192 or the General Emergency Line 112, or you can still call their direct line, which is 0302 772446. Anywhere you are within the country, when you call, the nearest station will come to you. Now, I will end by saying that do the right thing and save a life. Thank you very much.
Powers and principalities. There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
What you came in for, oh yes, that's what we gonna do. Oh, you never come clean and you never come through. Oh, you looking so surprised like you could do me like that. Oh, give me some space, I don't care what you do. Cause I'm going out tonight. I'm gonna leave it all behind. I can't get into my mind. No, yeah. He thinks he can, he's your man. Oh, well, let it steal away my shine now. Get up and try again. Oh, he thinks he can, cause he's a man, but he is just a boy. He's still away my shine. feeling will cause I'm here to stay. Now there's a way, 'cause if I'm being true, I must say that I know what you're going through. All the fun stuff that's going through your head now. I know it's hard to shake, but trust me now. That you look back on it all with a smile now. Wondering why it took you so long. Life goes on, it goes down, and back up. We will never get used to it.
Satisfy your cravings. Order all your favorite meals from the Jumia Food app. We deliver.
It goes on, it goes down. The sun is up, it's no time. You wanna rain the shade, come out. Come out. The sun's up right now. Oh, it breaks my heart to see you hiding there in the shade. But I know there's a way. If you take my hand now, let me show you another place. All the fun stuff that's going through your head now. I know it's hard to shake off, but trust me now. You look like on it all with a smile now. Wondering why it took you so long. Life goes on, it goes down, and back. I see you walk out of the shade. Oh yeah, keep out. Ooh, it's in the past now. Oh Wake up to the happiness of day. Every single day just seems the same.
Good afternoon and welcome, everyone, to the Securities and Exchange Commission, where we ensure investor protection. My name is Gordon Ansa, and I'll be facilitating today's event. We'd like to start first and foremost with a word of prayer by Mrs. Marian Ifri Poku. Shall we invite her?
having me. Thank you this afternoon. Thank you for our lives. Thank you for the opportunity to gather here for this press meeting. We pray, Lord, asking for clarity in our presentation. We pray for understanding for our audience. We ask you, Lord, to guide us to successfully. This we ask in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Marianne. So good afternoon once again, Director General of the SEC, Reverend Daniel Ugbami Tete, Deputy Director General for Legal of the SEC, Mrs. Deborah Ajimfra, Deputy Director General for Finance of the SEC, Mr. Paul Abebu, management and staff of the SEC, invited guests, our online audience, and of course, distinguished members of the press. On behalf of the SEC, it is my privilege to welcome you to this very august event. I'd like to set the ball rolling first and foremost by inviting the Deputy Director General of the SEC, Mrs. Deborah Ajimfra, to give us a brief statement regarding the purpose of today's event. So, Madam, over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. The SEC mandate is to protect investors. So this press conference is in line with that.
Hello, thank you.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
To ask the questions that you want to ask about this process. So that is why we are here today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd like us to note a few guidelines to govern the running order today. For the sake of order, so please note the following to observe them very carefully. So the Director General will be providing his update very shortly, after which there will be a Q&A. It's important to note that during the update session, there will be no interruptions, or no questions will be taken during this time, so please note that. And also for the purpose of order, if you have a question during the Q&A session, please raise your hand and wait to be called upon before you ask your question. A microphone will be provided, especially for the sake of our online audience for this purpose. The questions will also be taken in batches of 3, after which responses will be provided. We also encourage that all submissions be kept as concise and as constructive as possible. Last but not the least, if you need to use the washroom, it's just on the outside of this door to your right. So thank you for noting these important guidelines which will cover in today's event. So on that note, we are at the cusp of today's event. We are where everyone has been waiting for. And to give us today's brief is no other person than the Director General himself of the Securities and Exchange Commission, Reverend Daniel Ugbami Tete, who will be doing us the honors today. So Reverend, the stage is yours and we are ready. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Godwin, and a warm welcome to all of you, ladies and gentlemen of the media. Thank you for accepting our invitation to come for this press briefing. We do regard the media as an important partner, let me put it that way. We like it when the media is able to project right information. Indeed, the securities industry has information as a key element. And information, good information, or misinformation can have a negative impact. Good information has a positive impact, but misinformation. And let me say, jumping the gun, that this year we're going to begin a series of interactions with the media where we'll offer some training in terms of what we do, because it's important for the media to appreciate our mandate and how we execute the mandate, the tools we have in our toolkit, and so on and so forth, so that you can keep the information flow and let the investing public, or the Ghanaian public for that matter, be fully informed. The first quarter of this year, the performance of the Ghana Stock Exchange, for instance, has been very solid comparatively, but I'm not sure I have heard a lot of such commentary in the media. So we believe that the engagement with the media will help you appreciate more the securities industry, and then you use the power of the media to project the information out there. The last time we gave an update on the bailout was in November of when we issued a press release. But from 2019, before we did the revocation of the licenses and after, we've had a series of engagements with the media. We believe that it's in order for you to get an update on how far so far, so that there's no room for misinformation and speculation and so on and so forth. So really, what we intend to achieve in this meeting is let you know how the bailout has panned out so far and what to expect. We know there are a number of questions out there. We believe that after this session, those questions would be dealt with. So I'm going to proceed in 4 parts. The first will be to deal with the liquidation orders, how many we have secured and so on and so forth. Then we'll look to the second part at the validation of the claims. Again, what has been done and what is outstanding. Then I guess what will be of a lot of interest for affected investors is the bailout rollout. We'll do the full bailout update on how it has been, and then we'll come to the partial bailout to let you know how far so far. Let's start with the liquidation orders. And let me repeat what we have said in the past. Our enabling act, that's Act 929, doesn't give us the power to appoint a receiver when it comes to failed asset management companies. So the only pathway that we had was the liquidation pathway. Going by the liquidation pathway means that we need to engage the official liquidator to go to the court to petition for liquidation orders, because we're dealing with failed asset management companies. I think I want to stress, because people confuse our process with the process that, for instance, the Bank of Ghana used in resolving some of the failed entities that come under their supervision. So with the liquidation pathway, we notified the official liquidator, who is also the Registrar General, and then she had to go to the courts to petition the court. Now, the liquidation petition is on notice, means that the directors of the entities involved would have to be notified about the petition. They'll be given opportunity to come to court. That's if they have a defense or they are opposed to it, and so on and so forth. So if, for instance, there's difficulty in serving the directors the notice of the liquidation petition, that the three of them were taking off after they had made very strong representations and provided new evidence to the administrative hearings committee. So effectively, we are dealing with 50 companies whose licenses remain revoked. Now, out of the 50 companies, 3 of them did not have any claims filed against them by affected clients. Now, take note that the official liquidator is going to court, and one of the key reasons or basis is the fact that the firms are unable to return funds to affected clients. So because the 3 out of the 50 do not have any claims against them, the liquidation petitions is on the 47th of the companies. Now, out of the